guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 20 Democrat-led states, including New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and California, are suing the Trump administration over its efforts to gather sensitive information about food stamp recipients.
The states allege that the Department of Agriculture is improperly trying to get sensitive personal information after the department demanded Social Security numbers and home addresses of SNAP recipients. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins has previously said President Trump is rightfully requiring the federal government to have access to all programs it funds. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis.
The president made the comments while addressing the media Sunday ahead of trade talks with the EU chief in Scotland. Israel Defense Forces announced Sunday they're starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Football legend Deion Sanders says he was diagnosed with bladder cancer earlier this year.
The University of Colorado coach made the announcement Monday alongside his doctor. Sanders had his bladder removed, and his doctor said he is now cured from the cancer.
It has been a tremendous journey, and I'm truly thankful that God is so good.
He said he knew the surgery was upcoming during the NFL draft when his son dealt with the uncertainty of when he would be drafted. I'm Brian Shook.
Spirit Airlines is doing some more belt tightening.
It'll furlough 270 pilots this fall as it reduces its off-season schedule to cut costs. The airline will also downgrade more than 100 pilots from captain to first officer as of October 1st. Spirit has struggled to turn a profit since it emerged from Chapter 11 bankruptcy in March. Industry analysts say overall travel demand has been softer than expected this year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Records related to the deadly school shooting in Uvalde, Texas are going to be released.
Today's vote by the Uvalde County Commissioners comes a little more than 3 years after the attack at Robb Elementary School, which took the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers. An appeals court previously ruled that both the county and the school district were improperly withholding public documents. It's expected to shine a light on police's nearly 1-hour delay in storming the classroom. No release date has been set. I'm Chris Coraggio.
3 people are dead and 2 others injured after a shooting at a casino in Reno, Nevada. This happened outside the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino this morning at the Valet area when the suspect began firing.
I want to be clear. The suspect is to blame for this incident. His actions is responsible for the tragedies that he created.
Reno Police Chief Catherine Nance addressed the incident this afternoon. The suspect was captured after a gun battle with police and is in the hospital in critical condition. New Yorkers are trying to keep cool during this dangerous stretch of heat.
The city is extending its pool hours for some of the pools. The Olympic and intermediate-sized ones are staying open until 8 o'clock through Wednesday to help New Yorkers beat the heat. This guy's at one of the pools in Astoria.
It's busier here than it normally is at this hour. I feel like it's just hot all summer, every summer now. So, yeah, just trying to do our best.
Hundreds of cooling centers are open across the 5 boroughs. A few of those are pet-friendly. Temperatures are forecasted to reach the 90s through Wednesday, with real feels in some spots like Newark reaching triple digits at times. Scott Pringle at New York.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All righty, cue the microphone. What do you say? Everybody ready to roll? All right, let's do it. Hi there. Kicking off the big show for a Tuesday. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Summertime. A few clouds outside the secret bunker tonight in southwest Ohio. Somewhere in the lower 70s at this hour. So trust your week's off to a good start as we close out a Monday. The hard part behind us. We settle in now. Actually do something productive. All right, time zone to time zone. We'll turn the page on the calendar. The waning days of July here. 29th will be the new day. All right, we like to take a look at our travelers' weather around the country to kick things off. Where will we see some slowdowns along the interstate for those trying to move that freight up and down the highways and byways? Yeah, another night of some stronger storms in the north central USA. Once again, we've watched a line of thunderstorms that had progressed from eastern Montana, starting in the early afternoon hours. That is now swept through the Dakotas, now pushing through. Yeah, bringing with it severe thunderstorm warnings across the broad area, northwest portions of Iowa, moving into north central Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, west central portions of Wisconsin. Some of those storms over the last couple of hours, especially the cluster in northwest Iowa, has produced wind reports of 70 to 80 miles per hour. The current warnings that I'm seeing are more in the vicinity of 60 mile per hour straight line winds, some hail in the mix as well. Pretty much the same there in southeast Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. Our cluster of storms in east central portions of Montana also bringing with it some 60 mile per hour straight line winds. The latest out of Glasgow, Montana, that's 60 mile an hour winds reported there. So once the sun comes up here on a Tuesday morning, according to the folks at AccuWeather, this line of storms, as we said, that had swept across the Dakotas, now into Iowa, holding strength into the late night hours. This may actually be a full-fledged derecho when all is said and done. Many hundreds of miles of straight-line damaging winds. As those storms initially developed, as we mentioned, Montana, the Dakotas this past afternoon, that kind of congealed into a powerful line or a derecho. A high risk for severe thunderstorms stretching from southwestern Minnesota, northwest Iowa, so they're exactly on track there. Widespread destructive winds, the primary hazard with gusts that could approach 90 miles per hour. Now, we've seen the damage of derechos in the past, especially there in the Corn Patch, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana. Yeah, there is the possibility of significant crop and structural damage in that region. Of course, other hazards include flash flooding, large hail. Cannot rule out an isolated tornado. But this complex of thunderstorms may continue right on into Tuesday morning, at which point, by that point, it'll be impacting the morning commutes for maybe Chicago to Milwaukee. Yeah, there's enough instability across the Midwest as we roll into Tuesday morning for any complex of thunderstorms to maintain their intensity that would continue the risk for damaging winds and flash flooding. Meanwhile, the daily risk for these thunderstorms across the plains and Midwest continue Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday night, stretching again from Wyoming to portions of western Iowa into parts of Missouri as a cool front continues to move southward along that slow-moving front. Localized damaging wind gusts, flooding, downpours, and hail will yet again become concerns for any thunderstorms during the afternoon and overnight hours. Looking toward midweek Wednesday, that front continues to move south and east, kind of squashing the heat dome and focusing the risk for severe weather a bit further south and east compared to, say, Monday and Tuesday. Severe thunderstorms can occur across a large, expansive area from Montana through Missouri, as well as further east across parts of the Ohio Valley and on into parts of New England. We could see localized damaging winds and flash flooding across the plains. There's also going to be the risk for large hail. Yeah, the risk of severe weather then continues for parts of the mid-Atlantic Thursday. The risk begins shifting southward to by then include the Carolinas. Downpours that could lead to flooding, especially in low-lying and poor drainage areas, would be the focal point for these particular storms. So there's a look at our travelers' weather around the country. A few areas kind of under the gun tonight. I saw our friend Buckeye Boy somewhere in southern Minnesota here posted a video where, I guess, standing out in front of the hotel, he and some of the guys were all watching that line of storms roll into the area. So batten down the hatches. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. How about that? That's first time, long time that Jeffrey's been on board first out of the box via the YouTube feed tonight. Hello to Pappy, Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners. It is the midnight hour. Sad night. Prayers for all the families who lost a loved one due to the evil act in Manhattan this past evening. We have all the latest there. The threat is over. The shooter taking his own life when all was said and done. The death toll now standing at 5, including the shooter, as well as one police officer that was killed there in Midtown Manhattan. Hello to Stephanie, checking in from Fredericksburg, Virginia tonight. 77 degrees at this hour. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family. Steve, did you watch some of the videos? Yeah, you send me some videos and photos on a fairly regular basis. Thank you very much, Marianne. Jeffrey, good morning to all. Stay safe. Tell the ones you love them every chance you get. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down 74 degrees at the New York-Connecticut state line tonight. Tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve-O. Happy Tuesday. 86 degrees at this hour in St. John's, Arizona. Headed down to Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Uncle Chops is in the house from central Pennsylvania tonight. Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Hello, Brett from the Mile High City. 83 degrees. Cloudy skies. I didn't get a chance to say anything about Hulk Hogan when he passed away last week, but I was one of those children of the 80s, 90s. He was the WWF. He was wrestling, a pop icon. Yeah, he made wrestling go mainstream. If it weren't for him, the WWF wouldn't be what it is today. Did he have flaws? Of course. We all do. But he was indeed a legend, and he will be missed. Yes, indeed. All right, good to have you with us there. Denver, Colorado. Michael says, what's up, people? Hello to, there's another Jerry. Let's see, y'all leave your water running just a little tonight. A low down here in Fitzpatrick, Alabama is 77 degrees. That's cold. All right, I detect a bit of sarcasm in your post there. All right, there you go. Hello to Uncle Chops Rubber Duck. Home. Thanks to Loves and Speed Co. for wasting 11 hours and 45 minutes, is that correct? To change my oil, grease my truck, and put 4 shocks on. Idiot mechanic couldn't get the old shocks out because the airbags deflated. Fighting for 2 hours until I start truck and air up the bags, and the shocks fall out. $1,700. Unbelievable. Yeah, piss poor service for the second time in a row there. Uh-oh, not a good post, not a good review for the Speedco there. All right. So you're back 11 hours and 45 minutes. Good golly. Hello to the Michigan Mad. Good morning. Man, it seems so good to be back racing tonight with my friends on the iRacing League. Just never gets old competing against some of the best drivers in the country, which several are actual drivers in the real racing world. And it was good exercise for my broken ankle. Everyone have a blessed night from the Michigan Madman. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Bloomington, Minnesota, where it's now a pleasant 63 degrees. I had that line of thunderstorms come rolling through here. It rained pretty hard with probably 40, 50 mile an hour winds, gusts maybe a little higher. Not a lot of close lightning, which was a little disappointing for me and some of the other hotel guests. We were out under the lobby awning watching it, just sprinkling outside now. Crazy about the shooting in Manhattan this past evening and the off-duty officer that was murdered. Yeah, I'm curious why more people didn't call 911 when he was actually walking in the open outside, just casually walking in the building with an AR in his hands. Yeah, so much crime in the sanctuary states around this country. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, some of the footage, surveillance footage, clearly depicting this individual that's walking across the street into the hotel in the broad daylight, not trying to conceal anything. AR in his hands.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, let's dive right into the latest out of New York. Some of the updates over the past several hours and what had been a very frantic evening rush in parts of the city. The New York Post offering some new details. According to the report, a police officer and at least 4 others shot and killed, multiple others hurt by the gunman who stormed the building before turning ultimately the gun on himself. Reports say casualty figures could or are expected to rise. Some of the injuries, some of those in critical condition. Mayor Eric Adams posting via social media, "I've been on the scene And we can report the shooter is neutralized. NYPD have spent the evening searching 345 Park Avenue carefully, which was I believe a 44-story building. He said, if you're in the building, please stay where you are. People have been shot and injured. I will soon be going to the hospital. They've identified the shooter as a 27-year-old Shane Tamura from Las Vegas, Nevada, to which he entered the 44-story building. This particular building, home to the NFL headquarters, a big company known as Blackstone. One witness on the first floor told the Post it was rapid fire, a barrage of shots from some sort of high-capacity weapon. The suspect ultimately barricading himself, ultimately found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot on the 33rd floor. At this point, not clear what business or businesses occupied that particular floor. During the emergency, blocks surrounding the building, obviously full of police cars, fire engines, and emergency vehicles. Officers seen performing CPR on at least one limp body outside the building. Mayor Adams, briefing on the crisis, urged people to avoid the area. Now, going back several hours ago, reporting that the total number of casualties remained fluid. However, more information about the officer which was killed. He was said to be an off-duty officer working private security in the lobby there at the Park Avenue building. Channel 11 in New York reported 4 dead in the shooting. Fox News said the dead officer was a female. It also appears a civilian was shot. One was shot in the lobby as well. Now, the details we kind of await, which I have not seen yet, is which particular, I guess, businesses. What was it? Some of these reports are kind of leaning toward the NFL headquarters as possibly being the target. Let me see. This was just coming down the line in the past hour or so. The suspect, identified again as a 27-year-old Shane Tamura, a former standout running back who graduated in 2016 and briefly played Canadian football. Originally from Las Vegas, he held a Nevada concealed carry permit. He's the one that was found deceased from the self-inflicted gunshot wound on the 33rd floor of 354 Park Avenue. Now, the NFL headquarters, again, located inside the targeted building, is being investigated as a possible motive. Tamura reportedly failed to make it into the NFL. That may have contributed to his mental breakdown. Of course, multiple people shot during the attack, triggering what they call a level 3 mobilization and massive emergency response. New York police counterterrorism units and emergency teams spent the evening securing the scene and treating victims. Of course, there was one of the early reports from CNN initially described the shooter as possibly white. Tamura is undoubtedly a black male, which once again kind of shows how unreliable some of these media outlets can be in breaking situations. Nonetheless, pray for the victims, their families, and first responders. This senseless act of violence leaving yet another deep mark on the city of New York. So there's some of the latest details. All right, Iron Duck checks in. Roll call. Truckers checking in from Spokane, Washington. 78 degrees at this hour. All right, keep the rubber side down. Mark, people in this country gone crazy. I do not understand these senseless murders taking place. That is correct. Now, Buckeye Boy said Fox initial report was wrong. It was indeed a male NYPD officer who was off duty doing security there in the lobby. So like I said, thank you for the courtesy. Everything's been kind of fluid through the evening hours there. All right, about a minute before news break, plenty to cover. The latest on the UPS driver buyout offer. Teamsters saying, what a joke this is, these paltry buyout offers. Been talking for a couple of weeks about a potential big railroad merger. Things appear to be progressing rather quickly. They're saying a deal could be completed as early as next week. So the latest on that. Texas manufacturing activity rebounding sharply here in the month of July. Just a few of the headlines we'll be covering as we roll into a new day. As always, phone lines open. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hey, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Use the promo code OVERNIGHT100.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The two-day meeting of the Federal Reserve kicks off tomorrow.
President Trump has made it clear he wants Fed Chairman Jerome Powell and the governors to lower interest rates now to make it cheaper to borrow money and spur investment. The Fed has said inflation is still a bit too high and looming tariffs complicate the issue. Most investors predict the Fed will choose to hold interest rates steady for now, anticipating at least one rate cut before the end of the year. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A woman from Somalia is being deported after she pled guilty to asylum fraud and hiding ties to ISIS.
27-year-old Sauda Ahmed Mohammed is being deported after serving a year and a half in custody. The U.S. Attorney's Office in San Diego says she crossed the border illegally and then claimed asylum, lying about having tried to previously enter the country and withholding information about her family. Officials say her brother is a high-ranking member of ISIS in Somalia, supported by Iran. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Rolling into the 29th day of July, which means time is running out for truckers and other members of the public to comment on 18 deregulatory actions proposed by the FMCSA. It was actually back in late May where the Department of Transportation announcing more than 50 proposals or final rules aimed at streamlining the Code of Federal Regulations. That included 2 final notices and 18 other notices of proposed rulemaking from the FMCSA alone, directly impacting the trucking industry. So today is pretty much the day. The public comment period will run through July 29. According to Landline, the deregulatory actions are a result of the Trump administration's focus on reducing the regulatory burden. President Trump issuing that executive order in January, stating before introducing a new regulation, at least 10 existing regulations must be targeted for elimination. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said big government has been a big failure. Under President Trump's leadership, my department is slashing duplicative, outdated regulations, unnecessarily burdensome, wasting taxpayer dollars, failing to actually ensure safety. These are common sense changes that'll help us build a more efficient government that better reflects the needs of the American people. So the proposal to rescind the requirement that rear impact guards must be permanently marked or labeled with a certification was one on the list. OOIDA has long contended a faded or missing label has nothing to do with safety. All right, let's see. As of Friday, this past Friday, the FMCSA had received comments from the CVSA and National Tank Truck Carriers, both organizations supporting the deregulatory proposal. It is possible for a rear impact guard to have a certification label intact but not meet the minimum physical safety standards at the time of inspection. Conversely, a rear impact guard could meet all the physical requirements but be missing the required label due to normal wear and tear. To submit a comment to the FMCSA in regard to this, the guard label requirement, it would be regulations.gov. Enter the docket number FMCSA-2025-0107. Some of the other deregulatory proposals include rescinding requirements like having the electronic logging device operator's manual inside the vehicle, possessing spare fuses, making CDL holders self-report motor vehicle violations to their state of domicile. There is the list of all 18 of the FMCSA's deregulatory proposals listed here from the folks at Landline. But again, Tuesday, July 29, is the final day to submit comments on all of these proposals. So I'm looking here at the list. Accident reporting. We mentioned the ELD operator's manual. Electronic driver vehicle inspection reports. The spare fuses. Restore sheeting. Retro-reflective sheeting. Brakes on portable conveyors. Liquid burning flares. And on it goes there. So today, the final day. Meanwhile, UPS offering delivery drivers their voluntary severance packages. $1,800 per year of service. Minimum payout $10,000, according to the recent statement from the company. Drivers have until Thursday to apply for the program. According to an employee memo, visible via a TikTok video that was posted last week by the Teamsters Union, that claims the buyout violates the collective bargaining agreement, they're urging members not to accept the offer. The video, accompanied by the Elvis Presley song Return to Sender, shows a man tearing up the offer sheet. FreightWaves was able to magnify the image using software tools to read the text, which is fuzzy to a normal viewer. UPS Teamsters want secure retirements with hard-earned pensions, not paltry buyouts, according to the statement via X on Sunday. One driver who spoke via a YouTube video called the $1,800 per year of service a slap in the face. They announced the buyout program on July 3rd as a follow-on to the largest network reconfiguration in company history, which is right now underway. The strategy is called the Network of the Future, which will ultimately call for closing of 200 domestic package sortation centers, investment in more automation, and consolidation of volumes in more efficient facilities. The integrated logistics giant earlier this year announcing plans to eliminate 20,000 frontline positions to better align the workforce with the smaller footprint and a planned 50% downsizing in business from Amazon, which is their largest customer. So the way the numbers shake out, a driver with 27 years experience would receive a $48,600 buyout. And that is before taxes, right? According to the internal communication from the Teamsters, applicants will be considered for separation dates between August 31 and October 31, depending on the local needs, according to UPS. If the number of applications exceeds eliminated positions, approvals will be granted in order of seniority. Additional applications may be considered for separation dates between February 1 and March 31 of next year. The financial package, they say, is in addition to earned retirement benefits, including pension and health care. Supply Chain Dive first reported on some of the specifics of this buyout offer. The Teamsters argue that this driver voluntary separation program actually violates the union contract because it was not negotiated. And any program that changes the terms of employment, such as compensation or separation, must be bargained by the union. Seniority offers or order for buyouts also requires union approval, and the union notes that UPS offered job security guarantees in the contract in 2023. In that contract was also promising to elevate more than 20,000 part-time drivers to full-time status. So that's where things stand between UPS, the Teamsters. Rolling into a brand new day. Hey, that would be a Tuesday. And lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Cubs fans kind of mourning the loss of the Hall of Fame second baseman Ryne Sandberg, who became one of baseball's best all-around players while starting for the Cubs. He was 65. Sandberg was surrounded by his family when he passed at his home on Monday, according to the team. He announced back in January of last year that he had been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer, had chemotherapy and radiation treatments, then said in August of last year he was cancer-free at the time, then posted on Instagram December 10 that his cancer had returned and spread to other organs. He announced earlier this month that he was still fighting, while looking forward to making the most of every day with my loving family and friends. Cubs chairman Tom Ricketts said Sandberg will be remembered as one of the all-time greats in nearly 150 years of this historic franchise. His dedication and respect for the game, along with his unrelenting integrity, grit, hustle, competitive fire, were hallmarks of his career. Born and raised in Spokane, Washington, he was selected out of high school by Philadelphia in the 20th round of the 1978 amateur draft, made his major league debut in 1981, went 1 for 6 in 13 games with the Phillies. January of 82, traded to Chicago, along with Larry Boa for the veteran infielder Ivan DeJesus. Turned into one of the most lopsided deals, they say, in baseball history. Sandberg hit .285 with 282 homers, 1,061 RBIs, 344 steals in 15 years with Chicago. He made 10 All-Star teams, winning the Home Run Derby in 1990. Took home 9 Gold Gloves. Wow. Ryne Sandberg was a legend of the Chicago Cubs franchise, a beloved figure throughout Major League Baseball, according to Commissioner Rob Manfred. He was a 5-tool player who excelled in every facet of the game, thanks to his power, speed, his work ethic. Even with Sandberg's stellar play over those years, the Cubs made just 2 postseason appearances while he was in Chicago. He was the National League MVP 1984, batting .314, 19 homers, 84 RBIs, 19 triples, 114 runs scored. Chicago won the National League East. Sandberg hit .368, going 7 for 19 in the playoffs. But the Cubs eliminated by the San Diego after winning the first 2 games of the National League Championship Series there at Wrigley Field. 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Checking in from Canada this early Tuesday. Hello, Gary's in the house. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday. Kevin on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. So with the Sunday announcement, the big announcement, sitting down with the European Union, the tariff agreement. It's a huge victory. The new trade deal. And apparently, some of his counterparts across the pond are not happy with the deal made by the European Union leadership. As we know, a 15% tariff on almost all goods entering the U.S. from the European Union, and requires them to make massive investments in American energy. The tariff is almost triple the current rate of 4.8%, according to the UK's Guardian. Now, the United Kingdom came to the table earlier, and they got a better rate of only 10%. Just kind of goes to show the value of making sure your opponent knows you're not going to back down. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Union's Commission, said Europe will purchase $750 billion worth of U.S. energy as part of the deal, in addition to making $600 billion in investments in other U.S. investments. Part of the $600 billion will be used to purchase U.S. military equipment, according to the Brussels Times. Politico also pointed out that Europe would be replacing their Russian gas purchases with energy from the U.S. in the amount of $250 billion per year for the rest of Trump's term. That should quiet the Russia collusion voices for a while, huh? While von der Leyen expressed happiness with the deal, the European Union, you got the deal it craved, according to the Politico headlines. Other European leaders, not on the same page, weren't so sure. In a separate piece, Politico took some time to kind of highlight how angry some of those leaders are. One of the headlines, Trump ate von der Leyen for breakfast, says Orban. Yeah, that latter part referring to the Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, calling von der Leyen a featherweight compared to Trump. Zoltan Kovacs wrote in a social media post on X, he's a heavyweight negotiator, she's a featherweight. The European Union-U.S. agreement is worse than the UK-U.S. deal. It'll be hard to present this as a success. Orban not the only one grumbling. The French Prime Minister calling it a dark day when an alliance of free peoples united to assert their values and defend their interests resigns itself to submission. So there you go. The hits just keep coming for Trump. Yeah, the man who authored The Art of the Deal in 1987, negotiating trade and peace deals with various major countries that have benefited the United States. Took on Iran and won, got NATO countries to beef up their defense spending. Obviously keeping his promise to fight illegal immigration. Expanding our energy independence. Recently passed the Big Beautiful Bill. All while investigating deep state corruption in the government, winning a string of Supreme Court victories that keeps the domestic agenda humming. So why are some European leaders angry? Well, the short answer is the money spigot got shut off. Unfair trade has been balanced. And Trump, who many of them despise, is obviously on a roll. Well, there you go. Well, Mike, wait, it's a day early. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, 15% for our stuff, right? What's the rate we got to pay for theirs? Or is it? We didn't ever hear anything about that. What is it? The trade? Is there any trade numbers coming the other way?
No.
We gotta pay tariff the other way. That's the whole
idea. We get it opened up. My understanding, but they pay 15%, and we get their stuff with no tariff.
Zero, huh? All right, I'll take zero. Anyway, but yeah, because that's the way the other. What was the last big trade deal was there not too long ago with another country there, and that's the way it was. It was they pay whatever percentage, and we were at zero. So yeah, that sounds like a plus to us. So I guess the thing is when they pay tariffs, that goes to the government, right? That doesn't go to businesses where the products are being sold from. It goes to the government, the tariff money.
That is correct.
So actually that should help lower taxes, right? Because if the government has money coming in from tariffs, they don't have to charge so much in taxes.
And that's the premise of the Big Beautiful Deal. The big, remember they were saying that Big Beautiful Bill was going to cost us $2 trillion over 10 years. Yeah, but Trump was saying the tariffs are going to bring in that much and account for any increase and more. So that it goes to cutting down our debt.
There you go. So, hey, real quick here. Eagle said something about Deion Sanders last night and said something about possibly being diabetes. And I think I heard a report that it could be worse than diabetes.
Yeah.
Did you get any updates?
The rest of the bladder cancer, which I guess he's been battling this for a while. His bladder was actually removed right about the time. Remember when the whole draft thing was going on, and they were waiting to call his son's name. That's when he was battling, had his bladder removed at the time.
Okay. Oh, I don't even know. I don't even know what the procedure is after that. I mean, so without a bladder, I guess you have to end up with a bag to carry around.
There is a little more to the story. Oh, hold the thought. We'll come back, give it the latest. Deion Sanders meeting with the media this past day and his medical staff. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat. Literally, choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tel now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is joining President Trump in criticizing the Fed Chair Jerome Powell's decision to not lower interest rates.
Vought shared the frustration in an interview with CBS's Face the Nation.
He's again too late, and you marry that with fiscal mismanagement at the Fed. It's a huge problem that we're trying to raise the country's awareness level with.
Trump recently toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell. The president has repeatedly criticized and insulted Powell for not lowering interest rates, a decision Powell says is based on the uncertainty of Trump's tariff policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
20 Democratic-led states are suing the Trump administration over an attempt to gather sensitive information of people who receive food stamps.
The attorneys general, including New York's Letitia James, say the Agriculture Department is illegally trying to get data on the 42 million people who receive SNAP benefits, including Social Security numbers, birth dates, and immigration status.
This administration is attempting to use this program as a tool in their cruel and chaotic targeting of immigrants. It is outrageous. It is unacceptable.
States have been given until July 30th to comply or face losing federal funding. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The FDA has approved what's being hailed as the first HIV drug that offers 100% protection.
It's a twice-yearly injectable called Lenacapavir and is marketed by Gilead Sciences under the brand name Yeztugo. The biotech company says it's a real milestone that will save millions of lives around the world. Gilead also says it'll provide affordable access to Yeztugo in the U.S. and beyond. It signed royalty-free licensing agreements with 6 generic drug makers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, USA Radio News,
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Deportation flights got underway from Alligator Alcatraz.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said several flights carrying illegal aliens have already departed the Everglades. Opponents of Alligator Alcatraz say conditions are poor at the Immigration Detainment Center, as detainees say they have to deal with limited access to water, toilet issues, and air conditioning outages. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Those affected by the Texas Hill Country flooding are asking the state for more help. Kimber Malcolm with the Heart of the Hills Summer Camp is calling on lawmakers to tap the state's rainy day fund.
There's $30 billion that is sitting there waiting to be used to stabilize local economies for disasters such as this.
There's a cap on those funds. The state legislature would need a vote on an extension. The governor has put the issue of disaster aid on the call for a special session, but so far there have been no meetings scheduled to discuss it. Crime rates fell last year in Washington state. The Washington Association of Sheriff and Police Chiefs released its report for 2024.
The report shows there were 312 murders in the state, which is down nearly 19%. It's still higher than before the pandemic. Crimes against people were down nearly 1%, and property crimes fell 13%. The report shows Washington has the lowest number of officers per 1,000 people of any state. I'm Brad Ford.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 64 points. The S&P 500 added a point. The Nasdaq rose 70 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, underway. Brand new day comes our way as we turn the page on the calendar. 29th day of July. Another month soon to be closed out just like that. All right, hello to Dave. 71 in Lodi, running a little bit late. I'll tune in later on my way back to Western New York on the home of free speech. Rumble. All right, good morning, Steve, the Wyoming Cowboy. Waving a hand, top of the morning to you. Good to have you. Yeah, Horse Feathers was asking what was the official word from Deion Sanders this past day? The report states, he held that press conference and divulging that a tumor had been discovered in his bladder. While speaking at the conference, his doctor revealed that he had undergone surgery to, quote, cure the issue. He is now cancer-free after the operation to remove his bladder. Deion said the process was not easy. He revealed that he underwent the surgery while his son, Shedeur Sanders, was actually waiting for his name to be called at the NFL draft. Yeah, there were some scenes you saw, all the bull junk that transpired on draft day. It wasn't just that. It was, I knew I had surgery coming up. My sons, to this day, you don't know what transpired. I told him it was something with my foot. I wanted to give them the focus on making the team and not be focused on me. Now, Sanders had been away from Colorado after spring practice to deal with his health issues. He did appear at a Big 12 Media Day earlier this month, declined to comment on his health at that point in time. Despite the struggles, the announcement says he will continue coaching Colorado this season. He did admit coaching will be more difficult now that, of course, bladder control is much worse. There is no bladder. So I guess your kidneys will continue processing the fluid that would normally drain into the bladder for you to release at will, just kind of flows naturally now. He says, quote, I depend on depend, if you know what I mean. I cannot control my bladder. So, yes, I get up to go to the bathroom 4 or 5 times a night. That's essentially changing depends. All right? He said, I'm sitting there kind of waking up like my grandson. We're in the same thing. We got the same problem right now. So the grandson, obviously the little one that has to have his diaper changed. I depend on depend. All right, but the cancer, I guess, that's the trade-off. There you go. Interesting how that worked out.
All right, Your Honor. Well, I guess good that we hear the report for him, but what a tough life that'll be for the rest of his life now. So
yes,
and as you say, don't know if they might even go to a collection bag of some sort or something, that would that nature. Anyways, hey, so we talked a little bit about the plane there in Denver. Did you hear anything about the plane? I believe it was out in the Las Vegas area. It was a Southwest that was actually on a intersection course with a retired British
fighter jet,
Air Force fighter jet.
Yes,
it was privately owned, and the Southwest plane had to make a 500-foot dive to avoid the fighter jet. Imagine what that ride was like. I guess there was a couple flight attendants that got banged up in that process. But so I guess best to them. But was there anything on that privately owned British fighter jet? I mean, how do you just go down to auctions.com and buy yourself a used British fighter aircraft?
I don't know the answer to that question. I know it was, like a retired, all I knew was a fighter jet. I didn't realize it was a British plane, but I did see this, where some of the passengers just said they thought the plane was going down because the rapid drop that they went through, but then the plane climbed back up.
An immediate 500-foot descent, but I guess that was not initiated by air traffic control. It was actually the onboard computer system, told the pilots to descend immediately and to avoid collision. So I guess good to them, and their training and always training and everything, and that's what Captain Steve always says there is how much they continuously train and update their skills, and I guess that's a good recommendation to all of us out here. So we've kind of tried to be alert and be on the top of our game. But anyways, other than that, it looks like the weather is supposed to break one day early out here. Yesterday's, actually, I guess it was Sunday night's news there was showing the hot and extreme to be both Wednesday and Thursday, and now they've dropped off the extreme hot weather for Thursday, and so Thursday's actually supposed to be a pretty moderate temperature day, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday are all supposed to be down into the lower 80s. So we're going the other way for weather here for a little bit, which will be a nice break and give us a change of being actually able to go outside and actually feel like you can do something out there, because 90-some degrees and 90-some% humidity just has not been fun, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you there, and I guess we'll listen and see what else you got from New York. This is the first I've heard about it, so glad to have a live overnight news source that actually informs us of what's going on in the world for the rest of us that don't hear what happens during the daytime before we get out here.
Yes, sir. So, that all unfolded like right about 6:30 in the evening. I think like the evening rush hour in New York.
No, that had to have been wonderful there, and especially with all the response and closing down city streets and all that. It must have been just glorious being there in New York for that. But anyways, all right, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that and see. No, you can go out there and do some due diligence, can't you?
I will do our best. Yeah, I think we, matter of fact, got the Wyoming Cowboy who just chimed in here a few moments ago coming up next. Yeah, in the Northeast, yes, after a brief reprieve from some of the heat over the weekend, it's the heat and humidity again surging across the Northeast into the middle of this week. Before that significant cool down pushes into the region. Right now, the hot, humid conditions continue in the Northeast through Wednesday. So you got today, Tuesday, Wednesday. Record highs will be challenged along the I-95 corridor. Temperatures, heat indices will surpass the 100-degree mark in the hot spots during the afternoon. Of course, overnight lows not cooling off much. Upper 70s in some locations with those muggy conditions. But a pretty substantial break from the heat comes across the Northeast later in the work week and into the weekend. Of course, with the transition, you will deal with the threat of severe weather and flooding in between. The same front driving the risk of severe weather across the plains and Midwest early this week, gradually pushing south across the Northeast into late week. So interacting with the hot, moisture-rich air, there's going to be the risk of severe thunderstorms Wednesday and Wednesday night. Flash flooding will be the primary hazard, they say. Drenching thunderstorms could bring reduced visibility, ponding of water on the roads, slow travel. Yeah, the risk of some locally damaging winds and lightning. Yeah, tropical moisture is going to surge in from the south, bringing plenty of moisture for those persistent downpours to set up, stretching from portions of Tennessee into southern New England. Rainfall amounts could approach 4 inches, occurring late week, where the more persistent rounds of downpours occur. So have reliable ways of receiving flood-related watches and warnings at all hours. Residents and visitors make a plan. Be aware of the quickest means to get to higher ground should flash flooding occur. But by Friday and into the weekend, a downright refreshing change will be in place across the Northeast, trending below average for the end of July and early August. All right, forecast highs are going to be like lower 80s versus normally Philadelphia would be right about 89 on any given day. Washington, D.C., 80, 87, 89, so little reprieve coming your way. Hello to the Wyoming cowboy waving a hand. Good morning or good evening where you are.
Yeah, good morning. I live up here in Somerset, Pennsylvania, and my neighbor, he's been looking for another driving job. He's got several years experience driving, and I'm every time I come up with a suggestion for him, he says, no, he needs to be home every weekend. And so I've been out of the trucking industry for about 10 years now because of Parkinson's from Camp Lejeune and my heart attacks from Agent Orange and all. But I don't know what companies are out there that will, not jack a driver around and keep him moving and get him home, on the weekends. And I figured I'd just throw it out there and take a listen and see what someone has.
All right. I mean, that has become more or less the status quo in the industry in recent years. I mean, there aren't the days of the over the road, drivers out there for a month or 2 or 3 months at a time. Definitely a dying breed. Everybody wants to, a lot of drivers want to get home every night. Of course, many want to get home at least, like you say, for every weekend. So I'm sure there's got to be some opportunities out there.
Okay. Well, I was just throwing it out there, and I figured I'd take a kick back and listen to what somebody else has to, their input.
Sure.
Because this guy, he's going bonkers sitting around the house. We need to get him out there on the road,
Okay.
So,
and what part?
And I appreciate.
Is he there in the Northeast? Do you say, is he up in your area, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Somerset, Pennsylvania, which is about an hour east of Pittsburgh.
Okay. So, kind of looking to run the Northeast kind of regional or something, I'm assuming. So at least something that'll get him home each weekend. Hell, we got our friend there. What is it? Tank there in Memphis. I mean, he goes from Memphis to the West Coast and gets back every weekend. He's constant back and forth, Tennessee to California. You can get a decent number of miles in and still get home every weekend for sure. All right, it's 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
other industry headlines this early Tuesday. We start in the state of Tennessee. A recent commercial vehicle inspection leading troopers to recover tens of thousands of dollars of stolen cargo. Tennessee Highway Patrol last week, the Nashville Division, finding $40,000 in stolen cargo during an inspection performed on a box truck in Dixon County. The Highway Patrol said the stolen cargo originated from Arkansas and West Tennessee. Then, after sharing information with the Louisville Metro Police Department, an investigation was launched and several additional stolen bins were found on the suspect's property there in Kentucky. Now, the photos I'm seeing from CDL Life, distributed by the Highway Patrol there in Tennessee, we have these donation boxes, drop boxes for the likes of, what, do they still have the outdoor boxes there? For the Goodwill, things of that nature. I know we've got several drop boxes in our area here. One up at the church around the corner. Someone was actually going out of the night and actually picking up the full drop boxes full of donated items, taking the drop boxes. So actually taking other people's goodwill, trying to pass something on, and stealing that merchandise, probably trying to sell it later online. Meanwhile, a teenager facing monetary fines and a laundry list of charges in Canada after running a stop sign and then colliding with a parked dump truck. Last week, a traffic patrol officer clocked a gray BMW sedan traveling at, of course, they use kilometers there in Canada, doing 180 in a 100 kilometer per hour zone. That translates to 111 miles per hour in essentially a 62, nearly double the speed limit. To the officer, the speeding gray BMW made other traffic look like it was standing still, he says. The BMW was not pursued, but a few minutes later, a driver called police and said a gray BMW had gone through a stop sign, colliding with his parked dump truck. When police arrived, they saw what appeared to be the same gray BMW that sped away from police. Turns out it was a 16-year-old with a learner's license and a couple of other teenage boys as passengers in the vehicle. Now, the officers say the passengers were not impressed. Hopefully, the driver will learn that peer pressure works both ways. And he's also going to have to explain why his stepmother's car is in an impound lot with thousands of dollars in damage, and, of course, then listing the charges. Not likely this teen's going to be driving for a while. But all right, we got 25 past the hour. Yeah, we'll get to Eagle and get started here. Good morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay, I'll get started. Yeah, I probably have to finish up after the deal. But yeah, I got some things to talk about, Steve. First of all, before I get to Donald Trump, he made another mistake again today. I want to get to this situation in New York. Want to get the situation in New York City today. Just when I think I've heard it all, Steve, I thought I've heard it all over the last couple of years. We've been talking and I've been talking to other people. I thought that everything had been covered when it comes to mass shootings in America. They don't shot churches. They don't shot up schools. They don't shot shopping malls. They don't truck stops. Nothing is off limits at this point in America when it comes to mass Walmart stores. It don't matter. Any given place in America, you could be gunned down by some deranged individual. And finally today, they finally gave it away. This is the first time I really heard in all these shootings, Steve, even CNN and MSNBC, they didn't try to cover it up this time. They admitted that this man had mental issues.
Yes.
Over his lifespan. They didn't try to hide it and say, well, maybe it was just some guy that had a bad day or some guy that just went rogue. No, they finally admitted this man had some serious problems. Now, I've never heard of, Steve, except for the incident that happened in Texas a couple of years ago where a guy drove from Dallas, Texas down to El Paso to have a mass shooting at a Walmart because he didn't like Spanish people. But I've never heard of a guy driving cross country over, 1,500 to 2,000 miles. This guy drove from Las Vegas, Nevada to downtown Manhattan, New York City, nonstop. From what they saying, they got him on a license plate readers going through all these different states, Nebraska, Colorado, other places, as he made his way towards New York City. This guy here was on a mission, Steve. This guy here, I don't know who he was mad at or what problem he had with this building in New York, but this wasn't an isolated incident. This guy here drove all the way cross country, nonstop.
Mm-hmm. And right now they're leaning, I mentioned in the first hour, they're leaning toward the NFL headquarters there in that particular building. But hey, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The president has been very clear that all he's asking from the Fed is lower interest rates.
Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is joining President Trump in criticizing the Fed Chair Jerome Powell's decision to not lower interest rates.
Vought shared the frustration in an interview with CBS's Face the Nation.
He's, again, too late, and you marry that with fiscal mismanagement at the Fed. It's a huge problem that we're trying to raise the country's awareness level with.
Trump recently toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell, taking a closer look at a major renovation of the building. The president has repeatedly criticized and insulted Powell for not lowering interest rates, a decision Powell says is based on the uncertainty of Trump's tariff policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here. Thanks for being along for the ride as we close out a Monday. Get a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday underway. Or as our friend Knucklebuster likes to refer to it, a totally terrific Tuesday, right? All right, got to get back with Eagle. Yeah, we left off talking about the shooting there in New York this past evening. As details continue to gradually come in. Yeah, we know the guy, he drove all the way across the country. He was on a mission, right? Latest I was able to come across here from just the last hour or so. Yeah, they, as Eagle mentioned, they've already come out and said he had a history of mental health issues. Right now, they say authorities still trying to determine a motive. But according to the law enforcement partners in Las Vegas, this guy had a documented mental health history. Now, we had a 36-year-old officer, Giderul Islam, who was working a security job in the building. He was one of the 4 killed in the attack. The other 4 victims have not yet been identified, but he drove across the country. His Las Vegas address and the BMW that he got out of in Manhattan is registered to him in Nevada. Inside the vehicle, investigators say they found a rifle case with rounds, ammunition, magazines, and a loaded revolver. They also found medication prescribed to him. Now, they didn't specifically say what kind or what the medication was for, but obviously the assumption it was something for treating his mental health issues. But the vehicle was very recently driven across the country. Went through Colorado on Saturday, then Nebraska and Iowa on Sunday. And I guess they're tracking this with some of these traffic cameras and license plate readers that are stationed all around the country now. I guess he was in Columbia, New Jersey, as early as 4:30 Monday afternoon, the day of the shooting. Entered New York City shortly thereafter. Attended high school in Southern California. He was a football player, according to his former teammates, who say they were stunned to learn he was the suspect in the shooting. You never would have thought violence is something you'd associate with him, according to one of his former classmates. But transferred to Granada Hills Charter School, which is a neighborhood in Los Angeles, in 2015 when he was a senior, coming from a school in Santa Clarita, rather. Clark indicated that those two had lost touch, but kind of reconnected through social media recently, and that Tumuro worked at a Las Vegas casino. Former coach Walter Robbie said Tumuro was a talented running back, a great player who was real elusive, real agile. He came in, worked hard, kept his nose down, quite a kid, well-mannered, very coachable. Whatever needed to be done, he would do. So everybody seems to be shocked, just kind of blown away right now. All right, we get back to Eagle, and I don't know, so he did play, they said he played Canadian football, I guess the Canadian Football League, and supposedly had tried to get into the NFL. This is all just kind of like the background noise right now, that they feel seen as the NFL headquarters was in that building there in New York, that may have been kind of his target there. All right, welcome back, Eagle.
Okay, getting back to my story. Okay, so they say that this loser, because that's exactly what he is, drove all the way across the country from Las Vegas to New York, and they said that he double parked, didn't even bother to park the damn car. When he got there, jumped out of the car, and they got photographs, never before seen, as far as I know, a man walking down the streets of New York, Steve, and Manhattan, the biggest city in the U.S. of A., with a damn machine gun, or what is it, an AR-15 rifle in his hand as he walks into this 44-story skyscraper. They talking about it on TV. This is something that you think you would see in the backwoods of Alabama or Georgia or something. Some guy walking down the street with a military rifle in his hand as he walks into a skyscraper in New York. Unfortunately, as he walked through the front doors of this building, a 36-year-old police officer. And it's a damn shame, and I've talked to you about this before, Steve, and I know you and your son's involved, and I know Pappy and other people. It's a damn shame in America that a police officer has to work a second job to make ends meet, to be able to take care of his family. Police officers should be some of the highest paid people in America. Every day is an opportunity for them to lose their lives, and they need to be paid accordingly. And for what they do. This man here is working a second job, 36-year-old man. His wife, he got 2 kids, and guess what? His wife is pregnant with another baby. And this man here is working as an off-duty police officer in the building. The man gets gunned down as soon as he walks in the building. The man didn't even give him a chance to pick up his gun, shot him point blank with a damn machine gun, and executed this man. Basically, a police officer, 36-year-old man, is dead as we speak now, and now we got a widow with 2 young kids and a baby on the way. Now you tell me that's not a damn shame. Okay, so after he does that deal, he makes his way to the elevator, they say, and there's a woman exiting the elevator, and for some reason he let her go. I guess she better be on her knees right now thanking God that she's still alive, because he could have easily executed her after she got out the elevator. So then after that, he makes his way into the elevator, pushes the button for the 33rd floor, makes his way up to the 33rd floor, exits the elevator, and immediately guns down the people that's in the office. That's in the when the doors open, and guns them down in the office, 2 or 3 people, they say, and then they say he makes his way back to the elevator and goes up to a couple more floors, and then he executes his own self. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing, that he's no longer with us. Hopefully he'll get exactly what he deserves, if you know what I mean. Now, here's the problem, Steve. Here's the problem with this situation. A big problem is we need to find out who sold this man this damn gun in Las Vegas. They need to find out who sold this man this gun. If this man has mental issues, this man shouldn't be walking around with a machine gun, AR-15 rifle, whatever you want to call it. This guy shouldn't be walking around with a gun like that. He shouldn't have been allowed to purchase that gun. They need to find out who this gun dealer is, and they need to put him out of business, because you got people that are dead right now tonight as we speak because of his stupidity, or because he didn't do a good background check on this man, because it was real known. They didn't try to hide it this time. It's real known that this man had problems, and there's no reason for this guy to be walking around with a gun like that and doing what he did. This guy, he was on a mission tonight, and luckily he ran out of bullets, they say, or more people. He could have definitely done more damage than what he did tonight. Well, we got 5 people dead, or 6, or whatever they said, and he got a police officer dead, but no damn reason. And it's got to stop. You could say, people could say, yeah, you got your amendment right. Yeah, but you don't have the right to purchase no gun if you got mental issues. That takes you off the felonies. If you got prison records or felonies, that takes you off the list of being in the market of buying a gun. Yeah, you can get your hot gun. You can buy one off the street. You can buy one out of the trunk of somebody's car on the street, or whatever you got to do. But you shouldn't be allowed to go to a gun store or any other place that sells guns the legal in the right way. Mentally issue. We talked about this last night about the homeless people, about what they got problems they got going. This man should not be walking around with no gun like that, Steve. I don't give a damn if he got the money to buy it. So what? He got the money to buy it. He's not mentally capable of walking around with a gun. And now, like I said before, we got people dead tonight, and these people should be alive. And it's not right. And for a man to walk down the streets of New York City with a damn rifle in his arm, like hands like that, you don't have a right to carry a gun like that if you got problems. So hopefully, and I'm very disappointed in the response of some of these other politicians, because they should be more vocal about this. And hopefully Donald Trump will speak out on tomorrow about the mental issue and getting these people off the damn street and getting these mental institutions open up again. And, you know, by the way, Steve, we was talking last night about when they shut them down. Okay, they shut them down because they were mistreating the people in these places. Just because you have mental problems don't mean that you need to be having electric shock and all this other stuff, bad stuff that they were doing to these people in these mental institutions. You can get somebody some help without torturing these people. These facilities need to be opened back up, and they need to be checked on. The government needs to be checking and making sure they're not violating these people's rights and treating them unfairly in these places. But these places need to be open. We got too many people walking the streets of America that don't need to be on the streets of America. And as I always like to say, Steve, unfortunately, every time we have one of these shootings, and you can mark my words, it's not a matter of if we're going to have another one. It's just a matter of when. You mark my words, because it's happened every time, and I thank you for taking my call.
And that's pretty much the status quo. I mean, some of the early reports are saying that the guy, this shooter, actually had a gun permit, and we're not even 12 hours in yet. So I mean, it just happened here. A matter of hours ago. The investigation is obviously active at this point. But yeah, the question. If indeed he has a history of mental health issues, how is it possible to actually have a gun carry permit things that are all going to be dug into here in the coming days. I'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Now, according to some law enforcement official, they're in New York. They're saying this shooter which had a mental health history. Supposedly, papers found on the shooter's body indicate he had grievances with the NFL and its handling of CTE. That's the brain disease linked to head trauma. Again, that's just according to one supposed law enforcement official speaking to another media outlet. Of course, having played football in the high school and eventually, I'm guessing that it says he played football in Canada. I don't know if it was on the a professional side there or exactly what, but more details will obviously be forthcoming. Meanwhile, totally separate issue, the railroad merger, Union Pacific, the largest U.S. railroad in Norfolk Southern, could announce a tentative merger agreement as early as next week. Bloomberg News, citing several sources familiar with the talks in the report, Omaha-based Union Pacific, the largest Class I railroad, and Norfolk Southern, headquartered in Atlanta, confirming they've been in advanced discussions regarding a merger that, if successful, would create the first transcontinental railroad. A proposed consolidation would produce a rail colossus worth $200 billion in market capitalization. Union Pacific had no comment. Norfolk Southern did not respond to FreightWaves seeking comment. It's also likely some of their competitors like BNSF, CSX, CN would importune the Surface Transportation Board, which will ultimately accept or reject the deal, importune for concessions to balance any emerging competitive issues. Now, industry observers have said that CN, in particular, could seek access to Mexico after CPKC's 23 tie-up with Kansas City Southern made their first run through the tri-border carrier. In the timeline they did publish Friday, estimates say the review process could take darn near 2 years, like 22 months, once these former filings are actually put in. So they may have a deal reached next week, but it's not going to be a done deal until, I guess, all the legalese and the red tape has to be dealt with. Well, good morning, Vic, on a Tuesday.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. You know, yesterday morning I was talking about they need to put together some sort of a information network and get all the different agencies involved. Well, it seems like I was behind the learning curve on that. Apparently, they were already working on putting that something like that, and as you mentioned, the E-Verify, so that before they go out on a raid, they know exactly, what type of person they're looking for, what the organization is, and just basically distilling it down to where they weren't wasting a lot of physical resources, putting a lot of people at risk on what could be considered basically a low-value raid. And I found it interesting there in your news that the states were objecting to that. I know here in Indiana, it's been a few months back, but Todd Rokita, the Attorney General, he got on to a few sheriffs and sued a few counties because they said they weren't going to participate with ICE, and apparently there's something that covers police officers in the state of Indiana or any of the first responder officers, that they're supposed to abide by certain laws as far as cooperating with other law enforcement agencies, federal, state, or whatever. And so that was, it just kind of struck me as odd as they've been wanting to get onto these ICE agents, claiming that they're robbing these people and grabbing people up, and, robbing these, back up here and thank you. They're supposedly raiding these different places and picking up people that they have all these sob stories that goes with it, and which I found a little bit interesting. And I believe it's more about the states wanting the tax revenue from these people, and also the employers wanting low-cost employees. And they're actually taking advantage of the illegals that are here. So, we've talked about this many, many times. But the other thing I was going to mention last night, I don't know if this program is still in effect or not, but they always talk about a pathway to citizenship. There used to be a pathway to citizenship right off the bat when those people showed up. All they had to do is say, I will cooperate with the FBI and give them all the information on all the illegal activity that got me here. I don't know if that law is still on the books or not, but they can get their citizenship if they tell them who the Coyotes are and what organization got them here, and tell them the whole 9 yards. So if that is still there and the people still are the migrants coming into the country, if they're willing to go that route, and it'll probably be at great risk to them, but they do have a pathway to citizenship, and it's just called, cooperating with law enforcement officers. So that was the main thing, and the other thing on the there in Cincinnati, I seen something on the news to where a couple got beat up in a music festival over the weekend there in Cincinnati.
Yes, they did. Yes, I mean there's several incidents that took place. The most viral video is the at least 3 white males being pummeled by a group of blacks, and there was one white female. The white female that her photo, you see her lying in the street unconscious. Yeah, she was first kind of like sucker punched from behind by a black woman, and then a black male gave her the TKO punch. Now, I did see that Vivek Ramaswamy, the former presidential candidate who is now running for governor here in the state of Ohio, spoke to that female this past day. He said, I spoke to Holly earlier today, the woman tragically assaulted over the weekend. She's a single working mom who went to a friend's birthday party. It is unconscionable that there were no police present in that area Friday night or even an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to worry for their safety when they have a good time in our cities. Holly said not a single local or state official had reached out to her as of early Monday afternoon, other than one police detective. He said leftists liked to lecture about systemic injustice while thugs turn our cities into war zones. I'm done with their excuses. As governor, I will make sure they're behind bars, not running wild. Our cops will get the green light to restore order, no apologies. Holly appreciates the kind words and prayers from patriots around the country and hopes that maybe the publicity around her story ensures that local and state leaders clean up our failing cities. And we hope to visit Holly soon as she recovers. Again, that's Vivek Ramaswamy running for governor here in Ohio. So hold that thought. TEL gets you into factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Thinking about
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is joining President Trump in criticizing the Fed Chair Jerome Powell's decision to not lower interest rates.
Vought shared the frustration in an interview with CBS's Face the Nation.
He's, again, too late, and you marry that with fiscal mismanagement at the Fed. It's a huge problem that we're trying to raise the country's awareness level with.
Trump recently toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell. The president has repeatedly criticized and insulted Powell for not lowering interest rates, a decision Powell says is based on the uncertainty of Trump's tariff policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
20 Democratic-led states are suing the Trump administration over an attempt to gather sensitive information of people who receive food stamps.
The attorneys general, including New York's Letitia James, say the Agriculture Department is illegally trying to get data on the 42 million people who receive SNAP benefits, including Social Security numbers, birth dates, and immigration status.
This administration is attempting to use this this program as a tool in their cruel and chaotic targeting of immigrants. It is outrageous. It is unacceptable.
States have been given until July 30th to comply or face losing federal funding. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The FDA has approved what's being hailed as the first HIV drug that offers 100% protection.
It's a twice-yearly injectable called Lenacapavir and is marketed by Gilead Sciences under the brand name Yeztugo. The biotech company says it's a real milestone that will save millions of lives around the world. Gilead also says it'll provide affordable access to Yeztugo in the U.S. and beyond. It signed royalty-free licensing agreements with 6 generic drug makers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Deportation flights got underway from Alligator Alcatraz.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said several flights carrying illegal aliens have already departed the Everglades. Opponents of Alligator Alcatraz say conditions are poor at the Immigration Detainment Center, as detainees say they have to deal with limited access to water, toilet issues, and air conditioning outages. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Those affected by the Texas Hill Country flooding are asking the state for more help. Kimber Malcolm with the Heart of the Hills Summer Camp is calling on lawmakers to tap the state's rainy day fund.
There's $30 billion that is sitting there waiting to be used to stabilize local economies for disasters such as this.
There's a cap on those funds. The state legislature would need a vote on an extension. The governor has put the issue of disaster aid on the call for a special session, but so far there have been no meetings scheduled to discuss it. Crime rates fell last year in Washington state. The Washington Association of Sheriff and Police Chiefs released its report for 2024.
The report shows there were 312 murders in the state, which is down nearly 19%. It's still higher than before the pandemic. Crimes against people were down nearly 1%, and property crimes fell 13%. The report shows Washington has the lowest number of officers per 1,000 people of any state. I'm Brad Ford.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 64 points. The S&P 500 added a point. The Nasdaq rose 70 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
there we go. Another hour underway as we cross over the midnight hour at the Mountain Time. Welcome into a Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. Here it is. All right, we left off there chatting with Vic. Yeah, they had the big music festival downtown Cincinnati this past weekend. It's becoming notorious, a history of having violence on that weekend. All right, welcome back, Vic.
Oh, okay. My hand slipped. I thought I hung up on you inadvertently. Yeah, well, my wife's relatives, when they moved up out of the hills of Kentucky, there, a lot of them settled in Price Hill. So they're around Cincinnati. So I don't know if Price Hill's ever straightened up anymore or not, but they used to kind of have a reputation for some violence or things. But I was listening to the deal there. You were talking about the Attorney General, Letitia James. I mean, we know that she ran on, she was going to get Trump, and she still has that in her mind or something or whatever. But they were also mentioning other state attorneys, attorney generals. Well, the way that works is the federal government gives states certain powers, and it's called a state implementation plan. So if there is fraud going on in a federal program that the state also has jurisdiction over, they're responsible to root that out. And if that's like they were talking about the EBT cards and all this other stuff that they were looking at, and they were trying to, I believe they call them food stamps. I forget what they call them anymore, but I'm sure everybody knows what I'm talking about there, where the different things are subsidized eventually by the federal government, and to some extent also with Medicare and Medicaid. And that, most of that is tied back to the Social Security. And, whenever Musk was talking about, that's where what they call it, the mother of all fraud is, because he's talking about 150-year-olds and drawing Social Security and babies and everything else. Well, do you think maybe somebody was using a stolen Social Security number? They looked at the death index, and I know that when my wife worked in the warehouse, she said that quite often that there were a group of, I guess they were legal or whatever, migrants, and up to 10 of them would be using the same Social Security number. And this was with a major firm. So now how were they getting away with that? Obviously somebody in that firm was greasing the skids and should be looked at. And I just, this whole deal with them trying to interfere, to me, with the right, it's approach it's just the right approach. That's all it is. I think like in law enforcement, I don't know if that's what they would call probable cause or not, but you just can't go out and pick somebody up off the street and say you're going to arrest them for this or that if you don't lay a good groundwork. And it looks to me like that they're finally getting around. They're going to lay the groundwork and then move forward. And if they, in that dragnet, wind up picking up people that have charges against them in the United States for other criminal things, and you go back to that Immigration and Naturalization Act and what they call Section 287, where the state can't arrest people for violations. Well, if you're in this country seeking asylum and you create a crime, you just gave up your right to asylum. I believe that's the way that law reads. So I really don't know what everybody's so upset about. I know, they're going to come up with all these sob stories and everything else. There's something about some Marine or ex-Marine or something, or former Marine, as they like to say, was picked up and deported, and the Marines got all upset about it. I'm trying to figure out what that was all about. I think somebody was just trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. But if the person, he picked up his father, that's what it was. And the guy had been here all these years, and he had never applied for citizenship. it's like, well, there are embassies and consuls all over this country. Couldn't he went to if he was a Mexican, couldn't he went to the Mexican embassy or consul and said, hey, look, this is what I've done. Can we work this out or something? I would imagine they would have been able to work it out. So, why was he not willing to do that? Had he collected a lot of benefits he didn't want to have to pay back, or what was the deal? So all I'm saying is that it looks like that Trump's on the right track there, and getting all the agencies working together. And back when I was with the government and Green Giant, I employed a lot of those people up there in around Chicago. I had a friend or another guy that was also had the same position I did, and he didn't want to give up his station wagon and go to a pickup truck. And he would go out to these farms and everything. Well, we had a meeting in Champaign, Urbana one time back when Rantoul was still there. And we went to this strip club one night, and a lot of our senior people were there too, a lot of people from Rantoul. And Otto got a little bit too much to drink. Well, he says, I go out there and stuff, and he says, those Mexican cows, said they see that government vehicle show up, said they're really easy. So that's the kind of stuff that's been going on forever and ever. And I could also tell you some stories about Nashville, Tennessee. And there's supposedly a room down there in the Opry, a 6B, that has an infamous history. So I'll just leave it at that. Everybody wants to talk about Epstein, because I can tell you he's just one of many. So
there you go.
That's it, Steve.
Thank you, Vic. All right, always, the walking encyclopedia. Good to hear from you. All right, let me see here. So the Fed meeting starts today, right? And we're hearing in the headlines, Jerome Powell appears poised to not change interest rates again. We're still waiting for more data, waiting for more information. Texas manufacturing activity rebounded sharply in July, with production hitting a 3-year high and outlooks turning positive after months of gloom, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. The production index, a key measure of factory conditions, jumped 20 points to 21.3, its strongest reading since mid-2021. Economists had expected a far weaker report, with the consensus forecast calling for a headline general business activity index of -9. Instead, the index rose 14 points to -0.9, signaling a stabilization in activity after 5 consecutive months of deterioration. Other gauges also improved. New orders remained negative, but climbed to 3.6 from -7.3. Capacity utilization and shipments moved into positive territory. Business sentiment showed signs of a rebound. The company outlook index jumped 14 points to 4.7, its first positive reading in 6 months. The outlook uncertainty index fell to 11.2 from 15.3, suggesting firms are slightly more confident now about future conditions. Labor market measures firmed. The employment index rose to 8.4, with 17% of manufacturers reporting net hiring and only 9% reporting net layoffs. The numbers are all positive. Input cost pressures remained elevated. The raw materials price index held steady at 41.7, well above the series average, while the finished goods price, that index eased to 11.1, suggesting businesses are not passing on increased costs to consumers. Wage growth was unchanged. The wages and benefit index at 13.2. Outlook measures improved broadly. Where is the Fed going to? Where's Jerome Powell going to take us here in the coming days. Yeah, too late pal, as Trump likes to call him. But all right, Knucklebuster on board. Got you coming up here. I believe that's Bill Phillip from Florida. And on down the line, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I think he refers to it as a totally terrific Tuesday. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yes, sir, it is a totally terrific Tuesday because I'm on my way back to Memphis, Tennessee out of Florida. Now, for some people, it's not a totally terrific Tuesday, especially those that lost their lives up there in New York there.
Yes.
Prayers for them and their family. I want to let's get a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, and Grunt. That'll make a good simplified shout out today. I want to correct the misinformation that MSNBC, CNN, his girlfriend Whoopi Goldberg, and Eagle just spread on your air. First off, AR-15 never has been and never will be a military-grade weapon nor a machine gun.
Mm-hmm.
AR does not stand for automatic rifle. It stands for Armalite rifle, which was manufactured by Armalite Manufacturing, and they sold the patent to Colt back in the 1990s. So that is not an automatic rifle. It's a semi-automatic. Pull the trigger, one shot. Fast as you can pull your finger, that's just how fast it's going to eject around there. So that was all a bunch of baloney from him. So, well, I guess I'm not the only one putting out baloney this morning either, right? But anyway, enough of all that mess there. I got damaged cargo on my trailer tonight, Steve. Broken glass. Big old boxes of broken glass. And they told me that it goes up here to this place up here in Jackson, Tennessee, and they grind it up into powder and recycle it back into new glass. Now, how about that? Ain't that?
That's the way it works. Right? Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to recycle a lot of stuff there. Well, I wouldn't park my car if I was going to go in and kill a bunch of people and then know I was going to kill myself. I mean, why bother? Let somebody else valet park it for you.
He pulled up and knew where he was going. Who cares where the car is, right?
Yeah, absolutely there. So I don't know, man. There's crazy people in this world. You got a bunch of crazy people that call your show too, and I'm probably one of them there. So I don't know. Well, it's been an exciting day. So I'm fighting all them people down there in Miami, and they got a bunch of them down there. So, all right, Mr. Summers, I'm gonna keep right on trucking. I got 3 hours and 18 minutes still left to drive. How much shutdown we got left?
We got about 2 hours and 40 minutes left of showtime, so yeah, we'll take you pretty close to the end of the run there. All right, thank you much. 22 past the hour. All right, let's get to Bill, I believe it is. Morning, Bill.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. What's happening?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yes, doing well.
All right. I just wanted to mention that with the shooter there in D.C., in New York, I would agree that he shouldn't have got a weapon if he had this diagnosis first.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know that he had the diagnosis before he bought the weapon, or that he didn't steal the weapon. So, there's still some more to it, and criticizing the gun dealers, is just a little early, a little premature. And that's really all I got.
Okay.
Of course, again, he could have also bought it in Canada.
And we have no idea. Like I said earlier, I've seen some photographs like showing his photograph was on, like, I don't know if it was a concealed carry permit or just a gun permit, what they had there in Las Vegas, but it was from the state of Nevada. But like you say, how long he had that, who knows?
Right.
And when did he purchase?
And it could have been, a friend that sold it to him.
All details that will be forthcoming here in the coming days. Like I said earlier, we're not even 12 hours into this, so there's a lot of misinformation, and that's always the case. Disinformation, misinformation, corrections being submitted. All right, a couple minutes before bottom of the hour at news break. And we'll get to Philip. They've always said it's not good to mess with Mother Nature, right? We even learned that in our animated Christmas cartoons as kids with the heat miser and the cold miser. Mother Nature. Don't mess with Mother Nature. Yeah, they had some stuff going on, and apparently even our government was involved. And they were trying to keep it hush-hush from the American people. A group of researchers, we now know, developing a controversial sun-dimming technology, worked closely with federal scientists while keeping their plans quiet from the public. According to internal documents obtained by Politico, this project, known as Marine Cloud Brightening Program, was led by the University of Washington and supported by private climate advocacy groups and wealthy donors. The goal was to test machines that spray tiny salt particles into the air with the hope of forming brighter clouds that reflect sunlight and potentially cool the earth. In 2023, apparently, the team attempted a small test on the deck of a retired aircraft carrier off the coast of Alameda, California. That test lasted only 20 minutes before city officials shut it down, saying they'd not been properly informed. But internal emails, texts, and research plans obtained by and shared by Politico over the weekend show the real goal was much more audacious. Before the Alameda test even began, the team was planning a full-scale experiment over 3,900 square miles of ocean, an area that Politico noted is area larger than Puerto Rico. Those behind the experiment had also been in contact with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and the Department of Energy. The science plan for the study had been shared with our colleagues at NOAA and DOE, according to the report prepared for donors. A Department of Energy spokesperson acknowledged funding University of Washington research on how ambient aerosols affect clouds, but said that they had not supported deliberate field deployment of aerosols into the environment. The researchers hoped to secure more access to government aircraft and ships. They were seeking millions of dollars in funding. Program's backers included several tech billionaires and some major philanthropic foundations. Despite the scale of the proposed experiment, the organizers kept their hands from the public, and deliberately so. Documents shared show they coached team members not to mention the test to reporters and worked to avoid triggering any alarm among those who reside in and around the San Francisco Bay Area. One internal message even advised staff avoid scaring them overly when discussing the plan. Alameda's mayor said she learned about the project from a news report. Solar geoengineering aims to reflect sunlight away from the Earth to cool the planet. It is not federally regulated, apparently. Either way, not surprisingly, NOAA declined to comment for the article. They have remained quiet about the lack of transparency surrounding the project. All this right on the heels of some saying that the devastating flash flooding we've been seeing around the country may be in part due to people trying to mess with Mother Nature, cloud seeding and things of that nature. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? That's all I can tell you. All right, veterans save over $750 on your lease deposit with TEL. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The president has been very clear that all he's asking from the Fed is lower interest rates.
Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is joining President Trump in criticizing the Fed Chair Jerome Powell's decision to not lower interest rates.
Vought shared the frustration in an interview with CBS's Face the Nation.
He's, again, too late, and you marry that with fiscal mismanagement at the Fed. It's a huge problem that we're trying to raise the country's awareness level with.
Trump recently toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell, taking a closer look at a major renovation of the building. The president has repeatedly criticized and insulted Powell for not lowering interest rates, a decision Powell says is based on the uncertainty of Trump's tariff policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret?
affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Daniel checking in from over by Missoula, Montana tonight. 69 degrees. He said the weather's great. Actually, you had some stronger storms there in eastern Montana a bit earlier. But things calmed down a bit. Yeah, still a few stronger cells there in southeastern portions of Montana. That line of storms, which just over 2 hours ago was pushing into northwestern Iowa, has now swept across the state. Severe thunderstorm warnings all along the way now into the easternmost reaches of Montana. Looks like that'll be cutting into northwest Illinois as we proceed through the next hour or so. Again, still prompting from one county to the next, strong straight-line winds all along the way. Most of the reports have been in the 60-mile-an-hour range. See what we've got, some of the latest here. Yeah, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this is central Iowa, and all pushing off to the east. So indeed, we're looking at the potential, when all is said and done, a full-fledged derecho. Hundreds of miles of straight-line winds. I don't know if 60 is enough to do any extensive crop damage. When they were moving into northwest Iowa, National Weather Service reports were 70 and even some 80-mile-per-hour winds being reported there. Meanwhile, on down to the Sunshine State. Philip, where it's hot, hot, hot.
Yes, it is. 60-mile-an-hour wind. It'll take it down. It'll push it down. It'll push corn down.
Will it?
So, sure it will. Oh, yeah. You're talking 60-mile-an-hour winds, Steve. You're getting, that's tropical. That's what tropical storm force winds are up in there, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And that's straight inline winds. That's just a regular wind. That ain't talking about your gusts there. You know, your gusts could be up to 80 to 90 mile an hour. I mean, I know Lonnie Quinn with CBS, he was saying last night that there'd be 80 mile an hour winds going across there in some spots.
Yep.
So, nothing to play with. And that heat, man, I tell you what, I had to walk about about a mile yesterday. And after we had some equipment going down, so I had to walk back to clock out from work. And I tell you what, it was hot out there, buddy. I mean, it was hot. Definitely it was mad. It was bad. It's going to be back there again today. Drink a lot of water if you're down here. And Knuckle Buster, sorry I didn't meet you down there. I saw you went to Miami, huh? To take your glass back up there to Tennessee. So.
Yep.
But guess what's happening Thursday, Steve?
What's that?
Crew 11. He's going to be up around noon now.
I saw a headline that the crew, the astronauts have arrived. Or where are they launching? Is they're launching from the Cape? Is that?
Yeah, they're going for 39A.
Okay.
They're going from the big boy. They're launching at just a little bit after noon, and on Thursday. And funny story about it is the commander on that mission, she got bumped off of that. Remember that Crew 9 mission that they had to rescue Butch and Sonny?
Right.
She was supposed to be the commander of that mission and got bumped back, and they rescheduled everything and moved people around. And now she's the commander of this mission. So, so she's finally going to get up there and do her commander duties. So that's cool. Steve, I tell you what, you don't want to pee off nobody down here in Florida. I tell you, a lot of people, I'm going to tell you right now, don't make that princess mad. Because I got a story for you that you don't want to make your significant other, whatever they are, whoever they are, you don't want to make them mad because they might tear some stuff up. Did you hear about the house that got tore up down here in Florida?
Haven't seen anything on that, no.
Okay, down here in Claremont, Florida, gentleman had a trailer and had a nice SUV type truck. And I don't know if it's his girlfriend or his wife. They got some kind of fight or something. And do you know what a lull is, Steve, or a telehandler?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, telehandler, you see them at the construction site. It's that telescoping forklift that can lift material up to the upper floors of a building or whatnot. Well, she took one of them and totally destroyed his trailer and totally destroyed his car. And then she put some graffiti on the side of the house too to remind him about who it was that did it. Check it out. It's in the news right now down here, and she tore the heck out of that trailer. I mean, she went in from the sides. It's still got the roof on it, still got the foundation, but everything in between it is all busted up. And the car looks like, initially they thought she did it with an excavator, but you could see she did it with something going from the side, poking in. I mean, it was pretty bad. Then she went missing. I'm not sure if they found her yet or not, but yeah. So don't make that princess mad, man. You don't want to get them. Then don't get them mad.
Wow.
Might tear your house down there. I'm not saying Princess would do that. I don't think she was, because she probably knows how much is invested in your house. But you don't want to make your significant other angry, if you know what I mean.
I get you. Especially those redheads. Especially those redheads,
Oh, I know them redheads, man. I'm married to a smaller lady, and I'll tell you what, that's another one. You don't want to make them mad. I'll tell you what, they'll climb you like a tree and beat you up. So you better be careful. Somebody was on there talking earlier, Steve, about going a little fast in a car. Did you guys saying that somebody was going, how many kilometers was that, like 113 or something?
111 miles per hour, which was like 180 kilometers, I think, per hour, the translation.
Shoot, down here in Florida the other day on I-4 here, we had a kid. He's one of the first ones that's been prosecuted under the new law. He was going at buck 50, buddy. Wow. 150 mile an hour down I-4. And we got a new law down here that says you go over 100 miles an hour, and that's a $1,000 fine, and you got 30 days to sit in the clink and think about it. So he's going to be already on that, man.
Wow.
And it's 50 miles an hour over the speed limit. If you go over 100, it's just cut and dry right there. And then the second offense, I believe it's a $3,000 fine, and that's 90 days in jail, mandatory. Third offense, they just take your license away, and I forget how much jail time is on that one. But yep, they ain't gonna play no games. I don't blame them. If you're gonna go that fast, and I've said it ever since I've been on the show, go to the track.
Yep.
Go to a controlled environment. You know, don't go on some side street and risk hurting somebody. Don't get out here on the interstate trying to, you know, beat somebody up that way. I mean, I don't care what you do to yourself. I really don't. That's your decision on what you do. But when you're involving other people around you, you know, even at the track, it's a controlled environment. They try to set everybody back far enough to where you ain't gonna get hurt. But, you know, out here on these roads, man, there's people going to work. There's people doing whatever, just a normal day's thing, and then get wiped out because some dummy wants to race.
Yep.
So, but that's all I got today, buddy. And by the way, if anybody is coming down I-4 and you're coming westbound and you get down around the Longwood area, there is a rest area there. They're going to be closing that rest area down. They've got signs posted on it. And I know a lot of guys, they sleep there and they chill out. There's quite a bit there right now. So just letting everybody know they're going to be closing that down Thursday, so you ain't going to be able to get in there to take a nap. So y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you for the heads up and all the info there. Philip, have a great day. Safe travels. On into work you go. All right, get to other industry headlines coming up here. Immigration and enforcement update. Let me give you the latest out of Houston, Texas. As ICE officials reported, officers and agents in the Houston area arrested more than 200 criminal alien child sex offenders in the past 6 months. Yeah, this represents a larger total than that of the entire previous fiscal year. Bringing together the resources and expertise of our entire federal law enforcement community to confront the overwhelming surge of illegal immigration that we saw over the past 4 years has resulted in the arrest and removal of historic numbers of violent criminal aliens, transnational gang members, and child sex offenders, according to the ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations Houston Acting Field Office Director Paul McBride. He went on to say, while we still have a long way to go to truly get this crisis under control, the strides we've made in just 6 months' time to make our local community safer, this is substantial. Our officers continue to work every day to get the worst of the worst off of the Southeast Texas to return our communities to places we can all enjoy. But since Donald Trump took office, ERO officers arrested 214 illegal aliens in the Houston area who have charges of convictions for sex crimes against children, according to the statement from ERO Houston. Now, this compares to 211 that were arrested during all of fiscal year 2024. Yeah, on President Trump's first day in office, he ordered the whole of government approach to rounding up criminal aliens who were released into the U.S. during the Biden border crisis. This multi-agency approach allowing officers and agents to conduct daily enhanced immigration enforcement operations targeting the worst of the worst. They highlighted several examples, starting with a 67-year-old Jesus Gutierrez Morales, three-time deported criminal alien from Mexico, arrested March 28th and has been convicted of aggravated sexual assault of a child and driving while intoxicated. He was removed back to Mexico April 4. Jorge Zebra, 48-year-old criminal, Mexico, arrested March 21, convicted of 2 counts of aggravated sexual assault of a minor and sexual indecency with a minor. He's been removed back to Mexico. Manuel Antonio Castro Juarez, a 37-year-old, twice deported criminal alien from El Salvador, arrested July 18, convicted of sexual assault of a minor and twice for illegal re-entry. He is still currently in ICE custody, pending his third removal to El Salvador. 40-year-old Jose Guadalupe Meza, 4-time deported criminal alien from Mexico, arrested June 24, convicted of theft, sexual assault of a child. ICE removed Guadalupe Meza to Mexico June 25. One more here, 45-year-old Sergio Galvin Guerrero, a 3-time deported criminal alien from Mexico, arrested on July 12, has been convicted of DWI, aggravated sexual assault of a child. Removed back to Mexico on July 14. Earlier this month, Breitbart, Texas, reported ICE officers in the Houston area arrested 1,361 criminal aliens in the month of June. That includes 32 child predators, 9 murderers, 1 illegal alien convicted of hijacking an airplane, and 16 cartel or gang members. Rounding them up, sending them back.
In Brandenburg, old guys ruled in Pro Stock, Super Farm, and 4-wheel drive. All that changed night to night in Light Super were the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Meanwhile, the fort was under unrelenting assault from Mother Nature. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. It was a tale of 2 towns on the Indiana border where we had the best of times and very nearly the worst of times. A Friday night total washout at Fort Recovery's Grand National was followed by an extended Saturday afternoon session and an attenuated Saturday night session in a weekend that saw only 7 of 20 classes completed. Winning the GN classes were R.J. Simon and Drivers Wanted in Dr. Preload Super Semi, and Kelly Nichols for her first Premier Level trophy with a One Fine Edge 2-wheel drive in a rescheduling of the Friday night round. By contrast, it was pinchy sunshine at the Meade County Fairground Nationals in Brandenburg, Kentucky all weekend, but not as hot as high-torque Super Farm puller Brooke H. Ferris. The elder statesman of the Addison, Michigan Milkman family, Ferris and the team's faithful Assorted Nuts Case had themselves a weekend in staking a 3-point lead on a 2-hook sweep to open the Grand National season for the 3-0 Chargers. Shane Hunt and Gary Shavink were 2nd and 3rd on Friday, and Dan Schulte and Stan Warda 2 and 3 on Saturday, the ensuing scramble leaving Ferris up by 3. In Light Superstock, Marcus Wedelson returned to his winning Meade County ways on Friday night with a Gunpowder and Lead Case IH and landed in 3rd on Saturday. Brian Bowles, running the whole GN circuit for the first time with his alter ego New Holland, was 2nd in his first trip to Polling's friendly confines on Friday and won the thing on Saturday. Defending division champion Colton Whitworth was 3rd, then 2nd, with his Yield Express to lead Bowles by 1 marker after 4 hooks in one of the few NTPA divisions unaffected thus far by inclement weather. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Tim Kaine was counting his money when he was sitting at the holler on a warm summer's Friday evening after his Red Gambler International was a bum cigarette better than the Mac Trailer Team's Mac Daddy, piloted by James Ray. On Saturday, though, the drumbeat of the Myers-Simon conglomerate resumed, with Brent Myers injected funds first, Brandon Simons Loud and Heavy X second, and Myers Loud and Heavy fourth around multi-time Brandenburg winner Kevin Schmucker. Heavy and Heavy X remain 1-2. And in four-wheel drive, the grizzled veteran Jake Zering is zeroed in on a second Grand National title. The 2022 champs Rule Number 19 Dodge reigned over 24 others, sorry, shouldn't have said rain, in session 1 to extend his double-digit point lead. It was clawed back a bit by new second placeholder John R. Davis, who was taking his dad Bunky seldom seen for a spin and picked up his first gen win in session 2. Tied with Davis is fellow second-gen puller Taylor Corsa. Her TaylorMade has 3 top 5s to date. This week, everyone's headed to Rockwell, Iowa, and you should be too, for the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres, about 10 miles south of Mason City. 13 Grand National Divisions presented by Case IH, plus Region 3 4.1 Pro Stocks will entertain across 5 sessions from Thursday through Saturday, July 31st to August 2nd. Watch it live in person or on the web at Full Pull Live, and get tickets and camping info at rockwellialions.com. While the Western region is focused on Rockwell, Regions 1 and 2 are active at events in Cassopolis, Michigan on Tuesday, Middleburn, West Virginia, and Monroe, Michigan on Thursday, Eaton and Lisbon, Ohio on Friday, and Lisbon again plus Urbana, Ohio on Saturday. NTPApoll.com and the NTPA mobile app for information. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, coming up in our next hour, other industry headlines as the ongoing, never-ending debate, driver shortage, purported by the likes of the American Trucking Association. Even though one report after another says there is no shortage of drivers, it's about work conditions and pay. Give you more on that. First, we were talking about the round 'em up in Houston, Texas. And there was a second rather disturbing story out of the state of Maine, where Immigration and Customs Enforcement confirming that they've arrested a Jamaican illegal alien who somehow was actually employed as a police officer in Maine after he illegally attempted to purchase a gun, which triggered an alert to ATF. ICE says John Luke Evans, who was in the U.S. illegally as a visa overstay, was hired as a cop by Old Orchard Beach Police Department in the state, admitted to trying to purchase a gun as part of his job. Now, ICE says he first entered the U.S. lawfully by flying into Miami in September of 2023. He never left on his scheduled departure flight, which was October 1 that year. He was only supposed to be here about a week, overstaying his visa ever since. Patricia Hyde, a field office director for ICE Boston, which arrested Evans, released a blistering statement slamming his hiring as a police officer. John Luke Evans not only broke U.S. immigration law, but he also illegally attempted to purchase a firearm. Shockingly, Evans was employed as a local law enforcement officer. The fact that a police department would hire an illegal alien and unlawfully issue him a firearm while he's on duty would be comical if it weren't so tragic. Yeah, we have a police department that is knowingly breaking the very law they're charged with enforcing in order to employ an illegal alien. ICE Boston will continue to prioritize public safety by arresting and removing criminal alien threats from our New England communities. That is hard to imagine. How was he hired as a law enforcement officer? That is the question. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is joining President Trump in criticizing the Fed Chair Jerome Powell's decision to not lower interest rates.
Vought shared the frustration in an interview with CBS's Face the Nation.
He's, again, too late, and you marry that with fiscal mismanagement at the Fed. It's a huge problem that we're trying to raise the country's awareness level with.
Trump recently toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell. The president has repeatedly criticized and insulted Powell for not lowering lowering interest rates, a decision Powell says is based on the uncertainty of Trump's tariff policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
20 Democratic-led states are suing the Trump administration over an attempt to gather sensitive information of people who receive food stamps.
The attorneys general, including New York's Letitia James, say the Agriculture Department is illegally trying to get data on the 42 million people who receive SNAP benefits, including Social Security numbers, birth dates, and immigration status.
This administration is attempting to use this program as a tool in their cruel and chaotic targeting of immigrants. It is outrageous. It is unacceptable.
States have been given until July 30th to comply or face losing federal funding. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The FDA has approved what's being hailed as the first HIV drug that offers 100% protection.
It's a twice-yearly injectable called Lenacapavir and is marketed by Gilead Sciences under the brand name Yeztugo. The biotech company says it's a real milestone that will save millions of lives around the world. Gilead also says it'll provide affordable access to Yeztugo in the U.S. and beyond. It signed royalty-free licensing agreements with 6 generic drug makers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Deportation flights got underway from Alligator Alcatraz.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said several flights carrying illegal aliens have already departed the Everglades. Opponents of Alligator Alcatraz say conditions are poor at the Immigration Detainment Center, as detainees say they have to deal with limited access to water, toilet issues, and air conditioning outages. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Those affected by the Texas Hill Country flooding are asking the state for more help. Kimber Malcolm with the Heart of the Hills Summer Camp is calling on lawmakers to tap the state's rainy day fund.
There's $30 billion that is sitting there waiting to be used to stabilize local economies for disasters such as this.
There's a cap on those funds. The state legislature would need a vote on an extension. The governor has put the issue of disaster aid on the call for a special session, but so far there have been no meetings scheduled to discuss it. Crime rates fell last year in Washington state. The Washington Association of Sheriff and Police Chiefs released its report for 2024.
The report shows there were 312 murders in the state, which is down nearly 19%. It's still higher than before the pandemic. Crimes against people were down nearly 1%, and property crimes fell 13%. The report shows Washington has the lowest number of officers per 1,000 people of any state. I'm Brad Ford.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 64 points. The S&P 500 added a point. The NASDAQ rose 70 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Back at it, another hour as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Welcome to our West Coast friends into a Tuesday, 29th of July. Oh, I see for the Sky Watchers tomorrow night, aka Tuesday night into a Wednesday morning. We very well may see a celestial show unfolding in the form of a double meteor shower. Now get ready to witness a rare cosmic performance as two meteor showers light up the night sky. No telescope needed. On the night of July 29, the Delta Aquarids and the Alpha Capricornids will both be peaking, creating a mesmerizing mix of fast streaks and slow fiery bursts. The Delta Aquarids will send dozens of swift meteors streaking across the sky, while the Alpha Capricornids may surprise you with some dramatic bright fireballs. Together, they should put on a breathtaking show from, in particular, 2 to 4 a.m., especially if you're in a dark spot with clear southern skies. Of course, these shooting stars, tiny pieces of ancient comets blazing through the Earth's atmosphere at over 100,000 kilometers an hour. Some are older than human civilization itself, they say. Set your alarms, look up, don't miss this one night only sky spectacle, which they say space history happening right above you. All right, so should be quite, so in particular 2 to 4 a.m. Yeah, I wonder, will we have clear skies or those cloudy conditions tomorrow night? Hey, good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, God's children, and listening to us, whether you're out there on the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, or all the way on the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. Man, we're glad to be here with you. And if you're where I'm at, where the heat dome is, you should have clear skies to see those beautiful meteor showers. So looking forward to that. Sounds nice. You know, on Coast to Coast, he used to have a guy come on. His name was Dr. Stephen Cates. Go to his website. He was pretty good. He used to come on every Monday, and they used to call him Dr. Sky, and he always gave very interesting updates and reports. And you kind of remind me, Steve, you and old Phil down there in Happy Land, Florida, of old Dr. Stephen Cates. And I don't know what he's doing. I know he's not on Coast to Coast no more. They got some other guy on there. The guy that has the crazy hair on Ancient Aliens, he does the celestial reports now on Monday. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Right.
So yeah, very interesting. And I'm glad you actually do those celestial reports, because I believe, in my opinion, we have a lot of amateur astronomers that listen to us. And, you know, it's pretty neat, and I think it's pretty cool that you're able to give these celestial reports of people like Pappy, myself, Phil, and other amateur astronomers that, you know, may have some pretty powerful telescopes. I want to encourage you, if you are an amateur astronomer and this is a hobby that you have, go to Steve's fan page, Steve Summers' fan page, and there's 2 of them. There's a Steve Summers fan page, and there's a fan page for Outlaws and Outcasts. Post your pictures on there. Show us what you're staring at every night, because a lot of us, we just can't afford these nice, powerful telescopes. So if you're an amateur astronomer, please go to the fan page and post your pictures on there. Let us see what you're staring at, man.
Yeah.
Or woman. So, yeah, I think that would be very neat. Well, I tell you what, we had a very interesting service this past Sunday at the Turbine Ministries Church. The Lord took us in a direction I didn't expect to go. Praise God. And I tell you what, that heat dome, after I clicked stop, man, I was feeling it. I normally don't ever feel it afterwards. I just sweat and get on with it, but I was feeling it. It was really hot inside the church. But I tell you what, maybe hot inside the Turbine Ministries Church because we don't have heat and AC, but I know a place where it's a lot hotter. And I want you to come on and have church with us every Sunday so we can tell you how to avoid that much hotter place, which I like to call a devil's red hell. So come on and join us 5 o'clock every Sunday evening. And I tell you, you won't be disappointed. May not like the singing because I don't have a good singing voice, but I don't know. There's a listener called, his name is Bart Johnson. He says, man, you got a good voice. So don't know if he's lying or what, but hey, you know what? I'll take it. And thank you, Bart Johnson. And there was a couple others. David Greeter, I think that was his name, said he appreciates what we're doing. Look, I know that there's a storm approaching, and that storm is called the 7 years tribulation. It is coming. I'm just trying to tell folks how to make the right decision in their life, make Jesus Christ number one, to avoid that storm. And I'm not going to preach doctrine. If you want to hear more preaching, just go to Determined Ministries Church. Just go to Facebook. That's our page. But there is a 7 years tribulation coming. 3.5 years of peace, and then 3.5 years of sheer turmoil. So you don't want to be a part of that, God's children. And I'm just trying to tell you about a man named Jesus Christ who died for my sins, died for your sins. And in a way, you can avoid this. You can avoid death, hell, and the grave by just making the right decision and saying, yes, I believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross. I believe it in my heart. And yes, I believe he rose again on the third day. And I'm confessing, I believe it in my heart, and confess it with your mouth. The Bible says you should be saved. I sent to you a story, Steve, a horrible crash. My wife brought it to my attention, Mama Rambler. And it was so bad. I sent it to your email. If you look at the pictures, it was pretty brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Happened on Friday night, or I think either Friday or Saturday or Sunday. 2 18-wheelers collided. One hauling logs, one hauling pipe, and it happened on Highway 12 in Mississippi. There was another crash that happened over the weekend right there in Fort Walton Beach. Excuse me. Right there in Fort Walton Beach there.
Mm-hmm.
That involved a motorcycle weaving in and out of traffic for what witnesses say speeds of 200 miles an hour.
Wow.
And hit a person that was turning into a resort. Killed him instantly. They said, a friend of mine, Phil Meadows, runs over there. He was telling me, he said, Brother Perry, he said, traffic was backed up all the way from where the Brooks Bridge is all the way to Destin. And that's a 55 mile per hour stretch. It's about 10 miles long. And they were backed up all the way there. So you had to go take Highway 293, the toll bridge, to go over there and hop on Highway 20 through Niceville, Valparaiso to get up to I-10 and to even get around it. So it was pretty bad. Other than that, Steve, I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. There was a lot of tributes for Hulk Hogan. We did a little tribute for Hulk Hogan at Determined Ministries Church. It was my stepdad's birthday. I talked about him for a little bit. And if you listened to us this past Friday, I really got very personal with you, God's children. And I felt it was a good need. I felt I needed to get on the air and talk about him because there's a lot of other people who had dads or stepdads who were very intimidated by, like I was. But seeing him, the way we would watch wrestling and Hulk Hogan and Macho Man and Andre back in the Roddy Piper, all them back in the 80s, and seeing him just become a human being and just let loose and just cheer and be a kid right along with us, it really meant the world. And I know there's a lot of people listening that they had a hard time growing up with their old man, and I tell you, it wasn't easy growing up with a military father, and staunch military father who was in what's called the United States Coast Guard Strike Force, and those are the men and women that jump out of the helicopters into the water to try and rescue folks, and that's what he was a part of. Yeah, and I said E6. He actually retired out as an E7, so he did achieve his goal, Steve, of making chief. So, other than that, I ain't got nothing else. I watch y'all hang up the phone. There'll be a whole plethora of things that come to my mind. They'll tell me what I should have said and didn't say.
Hey, let me ask you. Let me ask you about Friday. You got the big Reds versus Braves, Bristol, Tennessee. Now you're a Braves fan, right?
Absolutely, go Braves.
Okay.
And I will be trying to watch that. Yes, Braves are not doing. Now they did beat the Royals tonight. I think this final was 10-2 on the Royals. But before that, we got almost swept by the Texas Rangers. They beat the brakes off of us pretty good.
Yeah.
So I think it's very interesting, and I can't wait to see it. I have nothing against Cincinnati. I mean, I said in the past that I grew up kind of a Yankees fan because living in Miami, Florida, you had two options, the Yankees or the Mets, but really you had three, the Reds, because Pete Rose was still playing. And, I remember that like it was yesterday, sitting in front of the TV and watching Pete Rose hit that home run and just break Ty Cobb's hit record. Well, not the home run, but the hit.
The hit.
And to break Ty Cobb's record, and
yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said home run, but it was a hit. And before I get off here, I watched on Netflix Roger Clemens, and he was talking. Pete Rose was talking and everything. Not Roger Clemens. Oh Lord, Steve, I'm having a brain fart. I said Roger Clemens, but the home run, not the home run. The strikeout king. What's his name? Play for the Rangers.
Oh, I'm thinking Nolan Ryan, but that's not him, is it?
Nolan. Thank you. Yes. Nolan Ryan. Thank you. Man, folks are going to skin me alive on why I said Roger Clemens. Nolan Ryan. Yes, and a funny story that they told about Pete Rose. At least got a hit off of him. Now, granted, he got out on first base, but he got a hit off Nolan Ryan and was pointing and laughing to him all the way to first base before he got out. So I tell you, we just lost a Hall of Fame baseball player, battled cancer.
Yeah.
So, a lot of our heroes are dying. They're leaving us. So, hey, make memories while you can. And I will be trying to watch that game. It's going to be exciting game to watch. And go Braves, go. And I know Rick Friend is listening to us, and we love you, Rick. We always praying for you and Corrine and your family. We love you. And I like the Reds too, so let the best team win. Other than that, God's children, I'll get on off here and I'll leave you with this, and that is love. And love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and I'll talk to you again, God's children. So until we meet again, I love you. God bless. We'll talk to you later. Bye, Steve.
Have a great night, Brother Rambler. Thank you so much for checking in.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, I see the blind man going to be checking in here, and I have a story that you crossed my mind, because several times he's inquired about Elon Musk's Neuralink, the brain implant. And there was a story this past day about a woman who's been fully paralyzed for the last 20 years has regained the ability to use a computer, essentially with her brain, marking a world first for Elon Musk's Neuralink. Thanks to Neuralink's revolutionary implant, Audrey Cruz revealing that she is able to write her name on a computer screen. She said, "I tried writing my name for the first time in 20 years. I'm working on it." But Cruz posting on X while showing the world her first attempt at a signature since the year 2005, using the brain-computer interface. The implant recipient used the cursor pen on the computer to write her name in cursive. Now, the Louisiana resident was severely injured in a car accident at the age of 16, damaging the C4 and C5 vertebrae in her neck, leaving her a quadriplegic, no feelings in her arms and legs. The Neuralink procedure implanted a small quarter-sized device on her motor cortex this month, allowing her to control a computer with her mind. This is so bizarre, the science fiction nature of this. In her posts on X following the surgery, Cruz revealed how she has been able to draw pictures, write words, scroll with a mouse, and use a keyboard, all through the power of her mind. Responding to the positive feedback she's received on social media, she says she feels liberated, and she's even starting to take requests on what to draw next as the pictures act as practice while she's using the implant. Now, Elon, of course, co-founded Neuralink in 2016 with a group of experts in the fields of neuroscience, engineering, robotics. Their goal to merge human intelligence with AI to treat brain disorders, potentially enhance human ability in the future. It was 2019 when Elon revealed the N1 implant, the small device placed on the brain to read and translate electrical signals into actions as crew is using, like moving a cursor on a computer screen. Now, she becomes the 9th person to undergo this groundbreaking procedure, which has allowed patients with severe paralysis or neurological conditions like ALS to control electronic devices. Essentially, it's like telepathy. But she is the first woman in the world to do this, to undergo the Neuralink. What might the future hold for that technology? I don't know. I guess it is mind-boggling. But hey, good morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, what I need are retinas that were destroyed when they gave me too much oxygen after I was born. So I'm looking forward to that. What I wanted to talk about, we got to do something about these mayors of the blue cities, starting with the mayor of Los Angeles, who warns people that ICE is coming and to head for the hills. It's time to arrest her and people like her that get in the way. I don't know what it is with these mayors of the blue cities, the women in particular. Why do they want the illegal aliens to stay here and terrorize everybody else? I just don't get it at all.
Yes, indeed, blind man. It's kind of mind-boggling, isn't it? Can't understand what these...
It sure is.
Can't understand what their mentality is. What are they thinking? I just don't...
Yeah. I mean, and I heard a story out of Cincinnati where there was some trouble or something after a jazz concert. What was that all about?
Well, it's pretty much turned into essentially what they're looking at, possible hate crimes. It was a big festival that is, like, what do you say, 99% black. It used to be called the Cool Jazz Festival. Black artists coming into town. It brings people from, I don't know how many states come in, but that was the big concert that took place over the weekend in downtown. And it's in recent years. It's not the first time. There's been violence after the concert. People have been shot. And in this case, it was basically, the honest truth is, white people being attacked by crowds of black people.
Yeah, that's really something. You know, I've been called a racist before because of my views, and I say, how can I be a racist when I can't see you? And the person that calls me a racist at the time doesn't know what to think.
Right, and that's true, though. You don't know color, do you? All right, got to get a quick time out here. Veterans save $750 on your lease deposit with Tell. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 20 Democrat-led states are suing the Trump administration over its efforts to gather sensitive information about food stamp recipients.
The states allege that the Department of Agriculture is improperly trying to get sensitive personal information after the department demanded Social Security numbers and home addresses of SNAP recipients. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins has previously said President Trump is rightfully requiring the federal government to have access to all programs it funds. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump says the U.S. will ramp up aid to Gaza in response to the humanitarian crisis.
The president made the comments while addressing the media Sunday ahead of trade talks with the EU chief. Israel Defense Forces announced Sunday they're starting a tactical pause of military operations in Gaza so humanitarian aid convoys can reach starving Palestinians. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
It is a story that's kind of making national headlines. You know, this day and age, things that are caught on video, suddenly social media goes viral, and of course, it was despicable what we witnessed unfolding there. I shared earlier, Vivek Ramaswamy, of course, running for the governor in the state, actually reached out and spoke with, in one case, there was a female that got knocked out, left unconscious in the street. She was not in town for the big concert. She was apparently attending a friend's birthday party, which happened to be downtown. At the downtown, there's what they call the bar district. Most downtowns have that. You've got one bar after another, and various establishments, restaurants. They've been trying to revitalize the downtown district for years and years. But these kind of things, when they unfold, it no doubt leaves a black eye on this city. Let me share some of the comments from some of the local leadership. Just after 6 p.m., and this would have been Friday, Cincinnati Police Chief released a statement regarding the incident. I am in complete disgust waking up to the viral video many of you have seen. The behavior displayed is nothing short of cruel and absolutely unacceptable. Our investigative team is working to identify every individual involved in causing harm. Now, she said that the fight itself was not connected to the music festival. She said it was a dispute between individuals following some sort of a verbal altercation. Now, there supposedly are a number of individuals that have been identified. I don't think any have actually been arrested yet. They're putting out the names or whatever, asking them to turn themselves in. Cincinnati City Councilman Mark Jeffries described the video as incredibly disturbing and horrific, as well as downright inhumane. Says he spoke with other city officials and police working on finding the individuals responsible and arresting them urgently. Those responsible must be held accountable and prosecuted to the full extent of the law, he says. State Representative Cecil Thomas of the 25th District said in a statement, he's totally embarrassed to see such behavior. He goes on to say that with visitors from all over the country, this sort of violence is not acceptable. Hamilton Township Police Chief Scott Hughes took to X to state, quote, what happened on 4th Street in Cincinnati was not just a fight. It was a breakdown of order, decency, and accountability, caught on video, cheered on by the crowd. This is not just a Cincinnati problem, it's ours too. Incidents in Cincinnati don't just stay in the city. The perception of danger ripples across the country, discouraging residents from visiting downtown's many events and attractions. Families stop going out, businesses stop investing, cities lose the very momentum they work to build. This video is not just another viral moment, it's a warning shot. We can either raise our voices or watch silence fund the chaos, as he put it. We're talking about a district. You've got, of course, the Cincinnati Reds that perform in Great American Ballpark. That just so happened to be where the big, what is now referenced as the Cincinnati Music Festival, was held several nights over the weekend. I get Friday, Saturday night, which brings tens of thousands of people and millions of dollars to the local economy to come into town. But the sad reality is, in many cases, depending on what the color of your skin is, people in this town know you don't want to go downtown when that festival's going on. It's just the reality. I've lived here most of my entire life, and I learned that long ago. It's a sad state of affairs when that comes into play. And many, I've seen media accounts and other commentators stating, listen, the cold, hard reality is if the racial color changed, if the narrative, were tens of thousands of whites gathered and a handful of blacks being beat to hell in the streets of downtown Cincinnati, this town would have burned over the weekend. You would have Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and every other race baiter in this town screaming for justice. That's what we witnessed. All right. Meanwhile, let me get to Plowboy here on a Tuesday. What's going on, Plowboy?
Good morning, Dave. Oh, not too much. Hell, I remember years ago, I think it was it Chip and a bunch of them, when it happened down there in Cincinnati back then, talking about how bad it was down there. Yeah, that's all I'll say about that. I forget the name of it, too, at that time. But I ain't got very much. But, see, was it not here 2 or 3 years ago? We were talking about these idiots that were the dreamers and blah, 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 all them yahoos. I think California, if I'm not mistaken, New Mexico, especially the Albuquerque area, and Illinois, were they not trying to make them law enforcement officers before they were legally here?
That is correct. They're talking about they're still talking about trying to allow illegals to become members of law enforcement.
God, yeah, my head and biting Frank real hard. I mean, it's crazy.
Bad idea.
Think about that. But, oh yeah, can't even think about it. I seen somebody was it was in the one of something I was looking at here a while ago. If you want to really think cool, go to San Francisco. No, I know we're all trying to stay away from it, but 2 things involved. They're saying San Francisco's cooler than normal. I don't know whether it's going to affect the growing of the berries and all that good stuff down there in Salinas, but just kind of thinking about that because that's our neighborhood garden on the West Coast that goes everywhere else. But have you caught this deal about the Earth is turning faster? Are we gonna end up losing
a second?
Like maybe
it was they it's like a millisecond. I think we touched on that last week, and they said over a number of years, we may actually have to add 1 second to the atomic clock.
Oh, okay. My bad. I was thinking in a different way. If we were spinning faster, that would do away with the February the 29th some year. That's always been a conniption.
The leap year thing.
Yeah. But other than that, I guess we're not the only ones having problems at times with all the forest fires and wildfires. I've seen that's going all over the EU, Greece, and all over the country over there too. But I guess when they're all electric over there, will they be blaming the bad gasoline, diesel fuel engines? I just seen that a little while earlier today. But other than that, that's about all I got, sir.
All right, Plowboy. All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking. Yeah, Mother Nature. It's most of the wildfires, most of them are started by lightning. Now, of course, there are scenarios where it's accidental, the likes of throwing a cigarette butt out the window. Then, of course, you have your isolated cases of arson that take place several years ago, when Australia was burning. Yeah, several individuals arrested for igniting a number of those fires there. Meanwhile, I promised we'd get to the driver shortage. In 2019, the Bureau of Labor Statistics published a report refuting any claims of a driver shortage in the trucking industry. At the time, that report concluded any tightness in the labor market could be corrected by increasing truck driver pay. If this weren't enough, the Institute of Labor Economics published similar findings in 2023. Then a year later, just last year, the National Academies of Sciences driver pay study not only dismissed claims of a driver shortage, but also said the assertion conflicts with the basic economic principles of supply and demand. And since 2022, the industry's been struggling through a freight recession, which can be attributed to overcapacity. Too many trucks, too many drivers for too little freight. That does not spell driver shortage. Translation: there are more trucks than needed to meet the current demand. This all amounts to a mountain of evidence. None of it appears to deter the American Trucking Association. Not only will the ATA look you straight in the eye and tell you there's a driver shortage, but they'll do it aggressively. Self-serving, factless claims that there's no driver shortage undermine the serious work of this committee, says ATA President Chris Spear, speaking to the Senate committee just last week. To be fair, many of the large carriers the ATA represents probably feel like they're facing a shortage. It's not because there's a lack of people willing to give the trucking industry a try. About 400,000 CDLs are issued every single year. The only reason the big carriers feel they're suffering through a shortage is because their low wages and poor working conditions cause lots of drivers to leave. Many of these large carriers have turnover rates of 90% or higher. Some have been known to exceed 100%. If you've got a 90% turnover, there's something wrong with the industry. Teamsters President Sean O'Brien said when you look at the unionized carriers, we're talking, 10, 15% turnover? That says a lot because that means people are happy with their wages and benefits. When you talk about a race to the bottom, people are leaving their jobs and leaving the industry. No matter how many facts, though, that are brought to light, the ATA continues to perpetuate the driver shortage myth. It's because a large number of their members are built around that narrative. One of the questions during that testimony, the lawmaker says, why do you want to lower the interstate truck driver age to 18? Wouldn't that be a safety risk? The ATA's response, because we have a driver shortage. Another lawmaker, why do you want to increase the size and weight of trucks? Wouldn't that negatively affect our roads and bridges while also being a safety issue? The ATA's response, because we have a driver shortage. Another lawmaker, why are you supportive of driverless trucks? Wouldn't that put people out of work and potentially create a number of safety and cybersecurity concerns? Of course, the ATA says, because we have a driver shortage. So the facts all get pushed aside. If the ATA wants those provisions included in the next highway bill, they're going to have to continue pushing the narrative, we have a driver shortage. That's why the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and other organizations have to continue to make sure the facts get to Congress before they pass unnecessary, unsafe initiatives because of a false narrative. OOIDA's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh, of course, was on that panel. He testified that there is no driver shortage. There's never been a driver shortage. That is a myth. When you see 90% turnover rate, you don't have a shortage. So there you go. I think it was Mark Schremer with Landline and his opinion piece we shared with you just there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right. Eagle, if you're hanging with us, got you coming up here. I think you had some more comments about the New York shooting this past day, but the anonymous hippopotamus, what's going on?
Hey, what I put on your call screen there?
Something about, I mentioned the story about the clouds, making them reflect the sunlight away.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned that there. So what are the people that make solar panels and install solar panels saying about these people? Because if you reflect the sun back away from the earth,
yeah,
how is the solar panel going to work?
Yeah, it won't work as good, will it?
Just asking.
Yeah.
Probably not. And I don't know. Anyways, there. So I meant to give a shout out. I hope she's possibly still listening, or maybe with the replay there, but Miss Millie's been with us there through the first part of the show, at least there. So I got a couple replies there in Messenger there from some comments that were made on the show. So anyways, but wanted to give a shout out to her because she's actually one of the people there that just makes a small contribution kind of multiple times all year long there to the Make-A-Wish stuff. So
right,
is very, very greatly appreciated. So, but anyways, so hopefully that message gets to her. But anyways, now I heard that, and that's, you're talking about the seeding of the clouds and then the reflecting of the clouds, and my first thought was, well, if they're doing it, if it's green people doing it to protect the earth from the heat, what are the green people that are doing the electric solar panels to have the electric cars going to say about their other green people taking away their sun so they can't run their solar panels?
Sounds like a bit of a conflict there, doesn't it?
I was going to say, talk about that rule of unintended consequences, huh? One way or the other, something gets screwed up with the other one. But anyways, now you had a good show so far there, so I guess we'll let you get back at it there and see what you can do for. You only got a couple minutes of news time here. Maybe you got another fill-in thing there to get to the news.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll wait for the Knuckle Buster probably in the loneliest
that will
hour.
Be. Can you believe that? It's almost that time, isn't it? The loneliest hour upcoming.
I know it. And he's not even going to be done by the time of the end of the loneliest hour. So he's going to be out here like the rest of us, having to keep on working till the sun comes up. I don't know. Anyways, Your Honor, all right, we'll let you go with that, and talk to you later.
Thank you very much. There you go, the anonymous hippopotamus. Taco Tuesday, there you go. All right, yeah, we'll get to news break, top of the hour, just around the corner. 'Tis the time of year, especially with this hot summer heat wave we've been dealing with. Everybody looking for a way to cool off, and Oftentimes it's headed to the creek or the lake or the beach. It seems like in some cases you can't even do that these days. And another story where in this case, a 12-year-old South Carolina boy dies after being infected by the rare brain-eating amoeba found in fresh water. According to his family's lawyer, middle school student Jason Carr died on the 18th after swimming in Lake Murray, which is a large reservoir near Columbia, South Carolina. Doctors from Prisma Health Children's Hospital confirmed Jason was infected by Naegleria fowleri. I'm sure I mispronounced that. A microscopic organism that lives in warm, fresh water that can cause a deadly brain infection. They explained during the press briefing that the amoeba is ubiquitous to fresh water in the state of South Carolina. It's common throughout the southeastern USA. As temperature rise and water levels drop during the summer, apparently the risk to exposure increases. The infection, they say, is nearly always fatal, although it is extremely rare. According to the Centers for Disease Control, 167 cases were reported in the U.S. from 1962 to last year, of which only 4 people survived, though. Now, they go on to say most people who come in contact with it never get sick. The amoeba can only infect a person when contaminated water goes up the nose, often during swimming or diving. It then travels to the brain, where it destroys brain tissue. So I guess getting water in your mouth, water in your ears, it's when it goes in your nose, you're getting into the sinus cavity. Once in the brain, the amoeba causes a disease called primary amoebic meningioencephalitis. That's a big one, and it progresses very quickly. Early symptoms might include headache, fever, vomiting, nausea. Although it's rare, it has caused other deaths in recent years. We've seen cases in Texas. There was a child that died after swimming in a river in Nebraska. 6-year-old boy died playing in a splash pad using a water hose in the state of Texas. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air
air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is joining President Trump in criticizing the Fed Chair Jerome Powell's decision to not lower interest rates.
Vought shared the frustration in an interview with CBS's Face the Nation.
He's, again, too late, and you marry that with fiscal mismanagement at the Fed. It's a huge problem that we're trying to raise the country's awareness level with.
Trump recently toured the Federal Reserve Building in D.C. with Powell. The president has repeatedly criticized and insulted Powell for not lowering interest rates, a decision Powell says is based on the uncertainty of Trump's tariff policies. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
20 Democratic-led states are suing the Trump administration over an attempt to gather sensitive information of people who receive food stamps.
The attorneys general, including New York's Letitia James, say the Agriculture Department is illegally trying to get data on the 42 million people who receive SNAP benefits, including Social Security numbers, birth dates, and immigration status.
This administration is attempting to use this program as a tool in their cruel and chaotic targeting of immigrants. It is outrageous. It is unacceptable.
States have been given until July 30th to comply or face losing federal funding. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The FDA has approved what's being hailed as the first HIV drug that offers 100% protection.
It's a twice-yearly injectable called Lenacapavir and is marketed by Gilead Sciences under the brand name Yeztugo. The biotech company says it's a real milestone that will save millions of lives around the world. Gilead also says it'll provide affordable access to Yeztugo in the U.S. and beyond. It signed royalty-free licensing agreements with 6 generic drug makers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.14. Mono County, California is up to $5.82, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
Deportation flights got underway from Alligator Alcatraz.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said several flights carrying illegal aliens have already departed the Everglades. Opponents of Alligator Alcatraz say conditions are poor at the Immigration Detainment Center, as detainees say they have to deal with limited access to water, toilet issues, and air conditioning outages. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Those affected by the Texas Hill Country flooding are asking the state for more help. Kimber Malcolm with the Heart of the Hills Summer Camp is calling on lawmakers to tap the state's rainy day fund.
There's $30 billion that is sitting there waiting to be used to stabilize local economies for disasters such as this.
There's a cap on those funds. The state legislature would need a vote on an extension. The governor has put the issue of disaster aid on the call for a special session, but so far there have been no meetings scheduled to discuss it. Crime rates fell last year in Washington state. The Washington Association of Sheriff and Police Chiefs released its report for 2024.
The report shows there were 312 murders in the state, which is down nearly 19%. It's still higher than before the pandemic. Crimes against people were down nearly 1%, and property crimes fell 13%. The report shows Washington has the lowest number of officers per 1,000 people of any state. I'm Brad Ford.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 64 points. The S&P 500 added a point. The NASDAQ rose 70 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, promised we get to Eagle to kick off final hour here on a Tuesday. You hanging in there, Eagle? Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm still here. I got a couple things to talk about, Steve. When I was talking about this shooting in New York, and I want to say this, Steve, I don't care what that guy calls the gun that the man used in New York, an automatic, a semi-automatic, or whatever you want, automatic. It's a gun that shouldn't be on the streets of America. Simple as that.
And why?
It doesn't matter what the name of the damn
Come on, Eagle.
gun is.
Now, why should it not be on the streets of? I got to call you out on that, Eagle. It is not a military weapon. It's not. It's not.
Come on, Steve,
it's not used by the military. If the time comes when I need to be in possession of a weapon for self-defense, I have every right to possess said weapon. It's been debated. It's been to the Supreme Court. It's not the.
You think that an individual should be
Eagle,
able to purchase a gun?
Absolutely.
You see what these guns are used for, Steve.
Eagle,
haven't we talked about this for how long we've been talking to each other? How many schools have been shot? How many shopping malls? How many churches with these weapons? And you're going to say that
they don't all use the same. What if he had gone in with a handgun? He could have killed the same number of people. He could have gone in with a shotgun. Would that make a difference to you? It's not the looks of the weapon. It's the deranged individual with mental deficiencies in possession of the weapon. He didn't have to use that type of weapon. Would it make a difference to you if he went in with a .45? He had a revolver in his vehicle. He just opted to use that particular weapon.
You can't. You as long as we've been talking, you can't realize that you can't use a handgun, a .45, to go in and assassinate 15 to 20 people in a short period of time.
Absolutely.
You have to have a weapon such as that fires at a rapid. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Why should you be able to purchase a gun that shoots as a rapid fire like that?
I'm saying absolutely you can do the same sort of damage and same sort of carnage. You could go in with a .45 caliber handgun with an extended magazine and do the same sort of damage, Eagle. It's just a fact.
Well, how come people don't use that?
Well,
why
some
don't they?
do.
Why are they not
Some
using
do.
what you're talking about then?
Well, how about the 11 people that got? How about 11 people getting stabbed with a pocket knife in Walmart? I mean, if you're going to hurt people, you're going to find a way to do it. It's not the look of the weapon. It looks scary to people, but like I said, if he went in with a shotgun is the most dangerous of all. The fact of the matter is an AR-15 and an AK-47 are not exactly accurate when it comes to firing straight. People always want to jump on this bandwagon of ban the gun. And it almost sounds like you're jumping on that wagon. It's not a military weapon, and it is not a machine gun. It is 844-844-3388. It's not the gun, Eagle. It's not that's the liberal left mentality we're going to be bombarded with all day today or all next week until the next big headline story breaks and something else happens and everybody forgets about the people that were shot in New York. It's just the way the narrative works. Let's get to Dave in the Three Fat Truckers podcast. Morning, Dave.
Good morning, sir. How are you on this outstanding, beautiful morning?
Terrific Tuesday.
I hope everybody out there... Taco Tuesday, that's correct. I hope all the drivers out there on the overnight crew out there are having a nice, safe morning and everything. And
yes.
I just wanted to give you guys a shout-out today. We're coming up this weekend. We're going to do a little International Harvester Truck Show down in Fort Wayne, Indiana. They're doing their sixth annual, I guess it is, homecoming. And we're going to stop down there and set up and do a little broadcasting down there this year and help them guys out, because I think it's a pretty neat truck show that they do there at the Axle plant where they build all these trucks and Scouts and everything. And we're hoping to get their people up a little bit. They've done pretty good the last few years, and anybody that wants to come along and meet the stupid three fat truckers, we're all going to be set up there and give them a shout out. And of course, now we have a girl too, so for some reason truck drivers like girls, so we had to add a girl to the group.
So tell me again, where is this event, and what is it, a 1 day or a 2 day?
It is the first and second, Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
It's called the International Harvester Homecoming. It's at the International Harvester plant in Fort Wayne that they used to build all the trucks and everything. So they're doing it right at the location in front of the old tower that they've had set up there. And I believe this is the 6th year they're doing it. And I'd like to see if we can get a few more participations. If you got an old Harvester semi, you got an old Scout, an old Land, well, what was they called? Land, I forget what the suburban style ones were, but they're all set up there. They're going to have some food trucks there and the whole 9 yards. And we decided to go down there and throw a little donation at them and set up there and talk to the people and throw out the word a little bit, get it going on this year. And
sure.
So
good deal. I hope you have some. I hope Mother Nature gives you some good weather there.
Well, I can guarantee we'll probably be sweating. It's probably going to be muggy as heck, as always.
Yeah.
But, hey, you stop by and see us. We'll have a cooler full of water or an iced tea to pass out just to keep everybody cooled down. But I hope everybody has a safe week this week. I'm on my way down here to Texas today and get this load kicked off and get back home probably Friday morning and get ready to head over to the show and hopefully don't hit any more rain. I'm over the rain out here. So
right.
But we got to deal with it. Traffic's light. I like working these early hours and not having to deal. Got through Little Rock this morning, nothing. And it's always good when you can get out here on Highway 40 and 30 and not have to go across here during the day, because this highway needs to be 3 lanes both ways. It is so over congested across here. The freight haulers that run this every night, I got to take my shirt off for them guys. They definitely got to deal with a bunch out here. So,
well, it's always good to hear from you, Dave, and thank you for joining us from time to time here.
I love listening to you guys. Love hearing all the stories out there. Try keeping up on the news and everything. And even I got to give a shout out to Knucklebuster. I called in the last time. He said he wasn't going to listen to us, but he listens to the Steve Summers Show. Wow, Knucklebuster, I'm just tickled to death. You got to hear me on the Steve Summers Show.
Oh,
so
boy.
good for you, and keep up the good work.
He did say that, did he? He says, I ain't worried about anybody else's podcast. I listened to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I remember he said that. Well, speaking of Knucklebuster, hello to Truck and Phil, who says, Semper Fi. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stable. And a shout-out to the great Knucklebuster. Continued prayers for you there. 72 to start things off. 90 for a high today, Fort Wayne. Another warm one then. 64 to 92 in Newaygo, Michigan. Have a great day, everybody, and Semper Fi. There he is, Truck and Phil. Rambler brought up the horrific crash that occurred over the weekend? Yeah, where the two truckers killed. They've now been identified. Authorities identified the driver of the log truck is 45-year-old John Hedges from Kilmichael, Mississippi, and Raul Rosquet from Clearwater, Florida, behind the wheel of the other 18-wheeler. Troopers called Highway 12 near the Holmes County line. This was Friday morning. The 18-wheeler hauling pipes colliding with the 18-wheeler hauling logs. Apparently, the log truck had crossed the center line, hitting the pipe truck head-on. Both 18-wheelers catching fire, taking the lives of both drivers. A third vehicle crashing into the back of one of those 18-wheelers. That vehicle also caught fire. The woman who was driving that vehicle was able to make it out of the vehicle unharmed. But yeah, the photos shared in the particular story there, horrific scenario. Prayers for the families involved. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
If you do a quick Google search, which I just did, just out of curiosity, I said, how did I search that? Mass shooter weapon of choice. So in the context of mass shootings in the U.S., the AR is frequently cited as the weapon of choice, while handguns are involved in the majority of gun deaths overall. ARs and similar weapons are disproportionately used in mass casualty events. the AR and its civilian variants have gained notoriety for their use in numerous shootings. While the AR is a prominent example, it's important to note mass shooters also utilize handguns, shotguns, and other rifles. Data indicates handguns are used in a majority of gun violence incidents, including mass shootings. Although the AR is often associated with such events. The choice of a weapon can be influenced by availability, familiarity, as the AR-15 is a very popular rifle. So that's led it to being described as the weapon of choice by some media outlets and organizations. But other perspectives highlight the role of handguns and other firearms in mass shootings as well. And yes, you can take a handgun, 45 for instance, and you can purchase what would be in many states illegal, an extended magazine. And when you're doing these mass shooters tend to take an extended magazine and they'll tape two of them together so they could just pull one out and reverse it immediately. And you may have 30 rounds and 30 rounds. The opportunities are unlimited, but someone that's keen on killing as many people as possible. There are numerous choices out there, and banning the likes of an AR or saying the AR or an AK-47 is the reason for these shootings. It's just a falsity. I don't know. Get Pappy's perspective here. Morning, Pappy.
Steve, you know my perspective. Seems to me a couple years ago, I brought up a stat on your show where I Googled the types of weapons used in murders in whatever year that was. And they actually, the FBI, I think it was from the FBI statistics, that listed all the homicides in the United States in that year and the type of weapons used. And a rifle was way down at the bottom of the list, including the AR-15. Handguns were at the top, knives were at the top, hammers were at the top, screwdrivers. There's more screwdrivers used in homicides than there were AR-15s. Vehicles, you've seen what happened New Year's Eve, where people can run somebody over with a vehicle and kill multiple people at one time. You just mentioned that there was 12 people stabbed over the weekend in at a Walmart. So, trying to blame whatever weapon was used is falling on deaf ears, on my ears anyway. So, one thing I did notice, Steve, on this, I listened to the mayor's press conference, and Fox News was putting this mayor kind of up on a pedestal. He used to be an NYPD officer. He was ranking officer when Bongino was a New York NYPD. For those of you that didn't know, before he was Secret Service, he worked for the NYPD. And Bongino did not speak highly of this man at all. He was like, don't get in front of him. If there's a camera that comes out for an interview, don't get in front of him because he will knock you over to get in front of that camera. And in his press conference, one of his first statements was talking about gun violence and blah, blah, blah. We need to have more gun control. I'm thinking to myself, here we go with this knucklehead. New York City has this some of the strictest gun laws in this country. But what caught my attention watching this, Steve, tonight was, did you see the female that there was like 10 to 15 officers that rushed her, surrounded her, handcuffed her, got her up, and was literally dragging, well, she was walking with them. I don't want to say dragging, but they had one arm underneath her arm, and she's handcuffed, and they were whisking her out of there. They probably went, I don't know, 20, 30 yards, went around a corner, staged for a second. Looked like her forehead was injured, not severely. I don't know if they took her down or what. They staged there for a second, and then they whisked her right out again, rushing her down the sidewalk. And I'm thinking to myself, what's up with that? Right? Was she a possible suspect? Or was she a possible victim? Why was she handcuffed? And I get it if you think she's possibly involved for some reason, you might handcuff her. But the way they were whisking her out of there, did you see that video? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have not. So this is out of New York this past day. I've yet to see it. Only thing I've seen is the still photograph that they caught from the surveillance camera, the guy walking, like toward the building. That's all I've seen at this point.
I was sitting in the living room on cigarettes, right, when Fox News broke in on it. It was during the Ingram show. Mm-hmm. And so they were, just nonstop, and they were showing different clips and whatnot. And that was one of them they had in the bottom of the screen. And I'm like, what's going on with that? And I guess this guy parked his car, which the mayor said in the press conference. He parked his car in the middle of the street, got out with that weapon, and just started walking towards that building. Mm-hmm. Nobody was able to stop him. Nobody even noticed it. They didn't get a 911 call until he entered the
And I did see a headline. I did see a headline, something in regard to no one seemed to actually. I mean, you can see a lot of people on the sidewalk and walking up and down the street, and nobody thought anything to call police before he went in.
Dude, how many times have I talked on your show about situational awareness, right? I mean, in my profession, it just comes second nature. Even when I'm off, my situational awareness, man, is I'm looking at everybody and I'm watching everything around me. I'm not walking down the street with my phone in my hand, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not sitting in a restaurant eating dinner with my phone in my hand, That's part of the problem. People just have no situational awareness. So I knew what was going on. They panned over to his car, and I knew it was the bomb squad, right?
Okay. Well, hold that thought if you can, because we got the news break, bottom of the hour. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The two-day meeting of the Federal Reserve kicks off tomorrow.
President Trump has made it clear he wants Fed Chairman Jerome Powell and the governors to lower interest rates now to make it cheaper to borrow money and spur investment. The Fed has said inflation is still a bit too high and looming tariffs complicate the issue. Most investors predict the Fed will choose to hold interest rates steady for now, anticipating at least one rate cut before the end of the year. I'm Rory O'Neill.
A woman from Somalia is being being deported after she pled guilty to asylum fraud and hiding ties to ISIS.
27-year-old Sauda Ahmed Mohammed is being deported after serving a year and a half in custody. The U.S. Attorney's Office in San Diego says she crossed the border illegally and then claimed asylum, lying about having tried to previously enter the country and withholding information about her family. Officials say her brother is a high-ranking member of ISIS in Somalia, supported by Iran. I'm Jack Cronin.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Okay, where did we leave off there? Back at it. All right, we were talking. Pappy was sharing. He was describing some of the video, which I have yet to see. I haven't really had a chance to scour through any video that's been released out of New York. But so you saw what you thought was the bomb squad out by his vehicle, you're saying?
Yes, sir. I knew it was. Let me back up just for a second. Let me tell you what the mayor, not the mayor, he turned it over to the police chief, and he described what happened. And so this dude walks into the building, and first of all, they said he was from Nevada, Las Vegas. They already knew that he left Las Vegas a day or so ago. They knew which direction he came to.
Mm-hmm.
His last time they spotted his vehicle was, I think, near New Jersey.
Yep.
A couple hours before he parked on the street and got out. So he goes into the building. He immediately sees the NYPD officer doing an off-duty detail working security there. Immediately engages him, shoots and kills him. There's a greeting person at a desk, I guess you can say, so to speak, shoots and kills her. There was a private security officer, not NYPD, but a private security officer. I think this was another female. She went and was trying to hide behind her desk. He shoots and kills her. He goes over to the elevators, pushes the button to go to the 33rd, 31st, 32nd floor, whatever it was. But it was the 31st or 32nd, 33rd floor, which means that, to me, he's got a specific intent to go to that floor.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Anyway, when the elevator doors open, a female comes walking out. She walks right past him. He doesn't engage her. He lets her go. I'm wondering if that's the female that NYPD snatched up like that. Maybe thinking she was accomplice if they already seen some of this on a surveillance camera, right? Why is he letting her go? Is she an accomplice? What's going on here?
Okay.
So then he goes up to the 31st floor and just starts spraying the hallways down, and eventually I think he shoots a couple more people and ends up turning the gun on himself and shoots himself in the chest, and it's over.
Mm-hmm.
So they were concentrating, one of the cameras was concentrating on his vehicle after this was all said and done, obviously. And Ingram is like, well, it looks like it was a BMW, right? Very nice car. And she was like, I don't know what they're doing. The police are obviously, this might be the suspect vehicle. And she had no idea, which is understandable, but I knew what happened. They walked over, they opened the driver's side door. They seen an case there, a gun case for the rifle, and a backpack. So they backed off, and we're like, okay, does this backpack have a device in it or something? So they had to treat it as it could be. So they started rigging the car. So we got rigging equipment with all different types of attachments for different types of vehicles, different types of hand, when you open your doors, different types of attachments for what type of door it is. So you can remotely, with a rope, right, get back, pull that rope, and open that door. That's what they were doing. And they did the same thing with the trunk. They got the trunk open. And looks like they x-rayed the backpack. I don't know if it was in the front or the back, I don't know. They finally x-rayed it. They pulled it out of the car along with the gun case. You could see him put the gun case on the sidewalk. They opened it up. It's empty. They pulled out that backpack, started going through it because they knew there was no device in there after they x-rayed it. And it looked at one point, they pulled out, looked like an ID card maybe of some sort, started taking pictures for evidence, just, documenting.
Okay, so I'm guessing that might be where, because, so quickly they were able to have a photograph of his Nevada gun license permit.
Yeah, they said he obtained, and actually, Steve, they made a comment here, too, that NYPD, once they found out who he was, immediately called Nevada, specifically Las Vegas, is where he was from, and spoke to the police department out there. And they said, yep, we had contact with him many times. He's a Code 9, meaning he's not wrapped tight. Then they found out, I guess he tried out for the NFL and did not make it.
Correct. I've seen that.
And apparently the NFL does have some offices in there. So
yes, the headquarters.
Is there office on the 31st floor? So obviously this dude had a meltdown, it seems like, from what we know right now. Was his beef with the NFL. I don't know if we'll ever know. Maybe only he knows, and he took that with him when he left this planet, went straight to hell.
Yeah. I did see earlier this morning something about papers on his possession. I don't know if it was on, in his pockets or in the vehicle. Papers in his possession that said he had a beef with the NFL's, I can't remember it's a 3-letter word that deals with brain trauma injuries from concussion protocol or something.
Right. Well, I'm wondering if he was claiming that he got injured during his tryouts for the NFL, and they probably said, well, you weren't employed by the NFL at the time. That's on you. Sorry about your luck.
Yep.
Who knows?
Yep, right. Yep.
A lot of this might come, on why maybe he wigged out. But that's the bottom line. You got one psycho, it sounds like, and here we go again, Steve. We got one psycho that's able to do this, and I don't care what you say, Steve. You can take every AR, which will never happen, but you could take every AR-15 off the street. You could take every handgun off the street, every shotgun, every rifle, and it's not going to solve the problem. Freedom comes with a consequence, Steve. And it is unfortunately that these things happen. But if we're going to have the Second Amendment, and Steve, the Second Amendment wasn't put in there for duck hunters and rabbit hunters.
Right.
That's not why the Second Amendment was put in there. It was for the people, to protect the people against its own government.
And that was my response to Eagle. What if, God forbid, something, an actual insurrection begins unfolding and there's chaos in the streets? I want to have my ability with the best protection available. I don't want to have a pea shooter or a BB gun.
Right. And, Steve, Steve, I don't know, maybe some of your listeners I know, some probably don't know. But, Steve, I can go out, if I got the money, go purchase a Ma Deuce machine gun, which is a military 50 caliber, big caliber. They put them on tanks back in World War II. They still put them on tanks today, right? If it hits you in the shoulder, it's going to take your arm off.
You're
not going to survive.
Mm-hmm.
I can buy a Sub-Thompson machine gun. You could buy Sub-Thompson machine guns in your local hardware stores up until around it was around the 1940s during World War II, maybe shortly after. But yeah, in the 1930s, you could walk right into a hardware store and buy you a fully automatic machine gun. But if I had the money, Steve, I could go out and purchase a fully automatic military-grade machine gun. You just have to apply for the permits, pay the fees, which are very expensive, right? And buy one. That's simple. Pass the background check, which I know I would. Don't have the money to purchase one.
Right.
I don't know how much one would go for. I can tell you this. I know an M16, which is the military version of the AR-15, which shoots fully automatic, which I'm going to be honest with you, Steve, it's hardly ever used in warfare on fully automatic. It's not as accurate and you're wasting ammo. But with that said, $25,000, $30,000, I can go out and buy an M16. Get the permit, pay the fees, get the license, and purchase it. And there you go.
Now, a guy with known mental health issues should by no means be able to do so. And that's one of the things I'm kind of curious. If they call Las Vegas and they say, yeah, we've had run-ins with him, and he had in his possession, a gun license from Nevada, how does that fall into play? Should he not have been on a...
He had a carry conceal permit.
It was a carry conceal, okay.
It was a carry conceal permit. Now you got it. They expire every year.
Okay.
You have to, kind of like a driver's license type thing. You got to renew them. So they don't know if it was active, if it was expired. When he obtained that permit, did he have any mental issues?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's questions that we just don't know yet.
Gotcha.
But we probably get the answers to probably here the next week or so.
Yeah.
But all right, I took enough of your time. Let somebody else get in here, Steve. But all right, man. Try to give you a shot tomorrow. Tomorrow is my last day of vacation.
So. Back to the real world. Back to work. All right. Morning, Daryl. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. You're dealing with some heavy subjects today. On one of your newscasts there, They was bragging about one state only had 332 murders. I think it was the state of Washington. You multiply that times 50 states, I think that's 15,000, which is a pretty heavy toll on our country.
Yes.
And I don't know if there's enough prayers from Christian people to make a difference or not, but we can still pray for these people. My brother was a 27-year police officer, and I've seen him pinned down under cars and break his arm, and these men and women endure a lot that we are not aware of to serve in our defense. I was interested in Dave talking about the international event there in Indiana. I would go tomorrow or this weekend if I wasn't involved with a birthday party in Louisville. I grew up with a K39 dual wheel overload spraying truck that we used to haul logs with in Arkansas. And I've always been partial to international trucks. They were the backbone and workhorse of the economy of many, many states. And I think that would be a great event to attend. I wish them well in their showcase. Have you ever been to the International Factory up there?
I have not. No, sir.
it sounds like be an interesting walkthrough. My brother and my dad once went to Dearborn, Michigan with me, and we went through the Mustang Ford plant where they put Mustangs together on an assembly line. And I'll never forget that. That was, it's something to see a car being put together by an assembly line of workers. And I know the guys go down to Elizabethtown to see the Corvette plant and see their Corvette being made. It's one of the miracles of manufacturing.
Yes, it is.
How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody doing all right. Princess was actually able to get outdoors a little bit this past day and said the itching wasn't so bad. Thank the Lord above, right?
Well, I feel for her, and I've said prayers for her. And give a shout out to Rambler. Tell Rambler that he may come on at 5 o'clock, but the people up north, that's 6 o'clock. He might want to share that with people.
Yeah, he's 5 o'clock.
They tune in
5 o'clock Central Time, so that's 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Mountain, 3 o'clock on the West Coast. That is correct. Yeah. All right, there he is. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back here, Mr. Steve Summers. Y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. Hey, Steve, I saw where CNBC Jim Cramer dropped the F-bomb live on air while marveling over Trump's great economy. And that was a hot mic, and I bet he got his backside chewed out after the show.
I would say no doubt. Did it go over the air?
Yeah, live over the air. He got the F-bomb. So, hey, you know he's going to be in a bunch of trouble over that. Ghislaine Maxwell, she's making a pitch to the Supreme Court. I don't know what the outcome will be, all of that. Here's the dumbest article I've seen. What happens if you need to pee while you're asleep, Steve? Well, you wake up and go pee, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that only makes common sense. Let's say in today's society, you need to protect your family, your property, and yourself. My preferred weapon of choice is a sawed-off 12-gauge water blaster. You can get a magazine of 5 to 20 rounds of bottled water, Steve. You can get a lot of people wet in a water fight over them things. And I bet old Roger Goodall beats his security up. Probably a lot of them in the NFL is going to. People need to wake up and smell the coffee. Well, let's get a simplified shout-out, Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, Grump, and Pappy. And I still only listen to the world-famous one and only Mr. Steve Summers Overnight Drive Show, Monday through Friday, 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern Time. He's sponsored by Seville Products, Hot Shot Secret Products, online, dealer network, Amazon, truck shops, and several other places. You can get some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products too there. And especially you women, love seeing Steve shirt on a woman there. All right, Mr. Steve Summers, have a great morning. Wind this thing up and let's carry it on to the house.
All right there. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat. Literally, choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
I can't help but wonder. I don't know what might the fallout be. Will Kramer be in any trouble? Of course, CNBC is a cable news outlet. It's not like being on live broadcast, public television sort of thing. He may get scolded by the management or something of that nature, but yeah, I'm looking at this story. I hadn't caught that, Knuckle Duster. CNBC's host Jim Cramer's excitement about President Trump's latest trade deal got the better of him yesterday as he blurted out what the F during a segment on Squawk on the Street after seeing the graphic detailing the U.S. recent trade deals with various countries, including the major deal with the European Union on Sunday. He said, our biggest problem is we have so much growth that the Fed won't cut. What the? And he regretted it as soon as he said it. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I take it right back. I take it right back. That was bad. His co-host tried to interject and say, it's not a big deal. It's okay. It's all right. We're in the moment. It's just the way we talk. Real people doing television live. Kramer continued, I'm done. I think I'm out of here. Faber said, no, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. You want me to say one? Like offer it, I guess, to drop one himself. He said, no, I feel like enough with the rate cut and the economy is booming. So, pretty much joining the Trump chorus in calling out the Fed chair. Why are they not, cutting rates is pretty much what he was saying in no uncertain terms. After the show, I guess he was still trying to apologize via X. I apologize to all viewers. I was too effuse in making my point about the great economy we have. Trump averted a trade war, not another win Sunday. The president, the European Commission president, a trade deal, a 15% tariff on most U.S. goods. I mean, this is going to be great for the United States economy when all this, all the dust settles, right? All right, there you go. We'll close it out there. Good show here on a Tuesday morning. Have a great day. Be safe. We'll do it again at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Hope you'll join us.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream